Here. Good morning, everybody. My name is Councillor Stephen Holliday. I'm the chair of the Audit Committee. We have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 6 to order. Welcome. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Audit Committee would like to acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto was covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Audit Committee meeting at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on the CMP, the Clerk's Meeting Portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members, and if you need help with your devices, I want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at auditctte@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, we will proceed. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on July 5th, 2024? Moved by Councillor Myers. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. We have 7 items on our agenda. Let's review the agenda, starting with item AU 16.1. AU 16.1 is Audit of Parks Branch Operations Phase 1, improving oversight of day-to-day maintenance, helps to ensure city parks are beautiful, clean, and safe. We have a presentation on that item, and so I will hold it in my name. The second item is AU 6.2, reinforcing the importance of openness, fairness, and transparency in city procurement, an audit of the procurement and implementation of the PayIt Unsolicited proposal. We have a presentation on that item, so I will hold it in my name. AU 6.3 is Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Hydro, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Selected Critical Systems. Anyone wishing to hold or ask questions on that item? I am and do, so I'm going to hold that, and I'm going to suggest that we will go into camera for that particular item, and we'll do that towards the end of the meeting. AU 6.4 is Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Community Housing and Toronto Seniors Housing Corporations. Phase 1, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. Any members wishing to hold? Councillor Fletcher is holding that item. And Councillor Fletcher, did you want to go into closed session? Okay, all right, we'll get to that. Thank you. AU 6.5 is ARENA's 2023 and 2024 audited financial statements and status of outstanding 2023 audited financial statements. Are there any questions of staff on that item? Councillor Nunziata moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. AU 6.6 is Community Centers 2023 audited financial statements. Are there any questions of staff on that item? Seeing none, Councillor Casanti moves the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. Our final item is AU 6.7, which is results of the 2024 External Quality Control Review of the AGO. Are there, the Auditor General's Office. Are there any questions of staff? Any members wishing to speak on that item? I will just offer my congratulations, Madam Auditor, for achieving a clean bill of health and recognition through that. It's always great when the auditor is audited and it comes out very well. So I'm happy to move that item. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried.
Mr. Chair, if I can.
Councillor Fletcher.
For item 2 on PayIt, I'd like to make sure the lobbyist registrar is here
Okay.
for that session, please.
Okay. So we'll get that message over. Make sure that are you okay if?
The integrity commissioner's here.
Okay.
But I don't see the lobbyist registrar.
Okay. So we have a bit of time because we've got that as the second item.
Yeah.
So back up to the top of the list, AU 6.1, which is the Audit of Parks Branch Operations Phase 1, improving oversight of day-to-day maintenance, helps ensure city parks are beautiful, clean, and safe. Madam Auditor General, you have a presentation. I think there's a follow-up one from staff, but I'll ask you to proceed with that and begin as soon as you're ready.
Okay, we're ready to start. Okay, so thank you, Chair. This audit report presents the results of the first phase of our operational review of activities and services delivered by the Parks Branch of the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Division. The focus of this audit was on the efficiency of daily park maintenance activities, compliance with the established service level standards, and identifying opportunities for improving how the Parks Branch performs day-to-day maintenance to help keep parks beautiful, clean, and safe. The second phase of the audit will review processes related to parks inspections and repairs and maintenance of various amenities in the parks. I'd like to acknowledge my team for their excellent work on this audit. To my left, I have Ina Chan, Deputy Auditor General, and further down, Angela Rafalovich, Senior Audit Manager, and also in the room is Taklin Chin, Audit Manager. So thank you so much. During this presentation, we'll discuss why this audit matters, outline our audit objectives, key audit findings, followed by closing remarks. City parks are places where the public come together to build community, play, and interact with nature. The Parks Branch plays an important role in maintaining these community spaces and ensuring that parks are beautiful, clean, and safe, and meet the needs of communities. Toronto's parks come in all shapes and sizes. They're located through communities and neighborhoods, ravines, and along the waterfront. The city's parkland and ravine system cover 13% of the total land area of the city, which includes over 1,500 parks and encompasses over 8,000 hectares of land. The Parks Branch organizes its staff through a geographic, district-based operating model. The parks are divided across 4 districts and the waterfront, covering 29 local areas. Our audit testing covered crews maintaining 697 parks across 13 of these local areas during June and August 2023. Over the course of the day, crews often travel to multiple parks to perform maintenance work. Some larger parks have dedicated on-site staff to service the park, and the Parks Branch has a large seasonal workforce employed during the peak maintenance periods from April to October. This audit aimed to answer the following questions. Number 1, are factors such as classification, size, location, and usage of the park considered by the Parks Branch when implementing operational maintenance service standards? And number 2, are operational maintenance activities assigned and completed in a manner that maximizes crew productivity and achieves service standards? Through this audit, we identified 3 areas where there are opportunities to improve how the Parks Branch performs day-to-day maintenance to keep parks beautiful, clean, and safe by A, leveraging technology and improving scheduling, tracking, and monitoring processes, B, strengthening monitoring and on-site supervision of daily maintenance activities, and C, setting performance expectations and measuring outcomes. I'll now pass it over to Ina Chan, Deputy Auditor General, to discuss our key audit findings.
Thank you, Auditor General. I'll first speak to some opportunities to leverage technology and improve scheduling, tracking, and monitoring processes. The Parks Branch uses manual daily logs to schedule and track the work completed every day. We reviewed a sample of 85 daily logs with available GPS data from across 4 districts and the waterfront, and found that the locations and working times reported by parks maintenance crews did not always match the GPS records. When reviewing the GPS data against the daily logs, we found 46% of the 85 daily logs where the GPS indicates that crews did not stop at 1 or more park locations recorded in the daily log. We also found 75% of logs where GPS indicates that the working times at many locations recorded in the daily logs were not accurate, and 86% of the 85 logs where the GPS data shows that the vehicle stopped at locations that were not parkland, transportation garages, or waste disposal sites. Instead, their stops were near retail establishments like groceries, eateries, industrial areas, residential addresses, or places of worship. The examples in the report and on this slide illustrated that the routes recorded in the daily log in yellow compared to the routes registered in the GPS in blue are shown on the slide. And for example, there was one crew we reviewed where, according to the GPS, the crew did not stop at 5 of 8 park locations reported on the daily log. Instead, the vehicle was parked at a plaza for approximately 2.5 hours and returned to the yard approximately 3 hours before the end of shift. At the time of our audit, the Parks Branch was not using GPS data to regularly monitor crew activities. GPS data can help management identify areas where productivity and efficiencies can be gained. Out of the over 600 vehicles Parks Branch uses, just over 190 vehicles, or 30%, are not equipped with GPS. Overall, based on the sample of daily logs and GPS reports we reviewed, for crews that travel to multiple parks to perform maintenance activity, on average, crews reported spending just over 4 hours within a standard 8-hour shift performing parks maintenance activities on location. This is shown on green on the pie chart on the left. However, the GPS information for the vehicles indicates that on average about 2.5 hours was spent at park locations reported on the daily log, and this is the green on the pie chart on the right. What's important to note here is that we found that the information reported on the daily logs was not always accurate or complete. Parks Branch is piloting a digital daily log and should continue its work to digitalize and modernize its processes. But we want to emphasize that digital daily logs are only as good as the information recorded on them. Regardless of whether it's a paper log or a digital log, what's important is to make sure crews are accurately reporting their time spent on activities and at locations. Going forward, implementing procedures and processes that leverage GPS and other enabling technologies can help the Parks Branch to improve scheduling, tracking, and monitoring of maintenance crews. Management advised that they are working on developing and implementing a robust quality assurance and accountability program, and also policies and procedures related to the use of GPS. The next area where there are opportunities for improvement is in strengthening monitoring and on-site supervision of daily maintenance activities. Our interviews with supervisors indicate that on-site supervision and monitoring of parks maintenance activities varied greatly between supervisors and across the districts. We were also advised that the high workload, including administrative tasks, limits supervisors from more on-site monitoring and supervision. While supervisors and forepersons receive some high-level training on topics that include expectations for their role, documentation requirements, and use of digital tools, there is no specific training or operational policies or guidance that provide direction to Parks Branch supervisors on matters such as what supervisors are expected to review with respect to maintenance operations, how often supervisors should be conducting park visits or inspections, what supporting documentation and records must be retained to demonstrate supervisor reviews, and what supervisors should be documenting, communicating, and following up on when non-compliance with service level standards and policies or procedures are identified. Strengthening the guidance available and providing ongoing training for supervisors will help to strengthen supervision, on-site monitoring, and quality assurance processes over parks maintenance activities. Thirdly, the audit also highlights opportunities for the Parks Branch to set performance expectations and measure outcomes. The Parks Branch has an extensive set of service level standards for the operation and maintenance of parks. These standards identify minimum acceptable levels of maintenance to ensure the safety and well-being of park patrons and to meet the public's expectations of maintaining quality park facilities. The standards we reviewed as part of this audit cover general maintenance like litter picking, mowing, edging, trimming, and blowing, splash pad maintenance, and washroom maintenance. There are also other service level standards for other activities that were not covered in this audit. While Parks Branch has established service level standards for parks maintenance, the branch currently does not regularly measure compliance and achievement of those targets. For the maintenance activities we reviewed, based on our analysis of a sample of 564 daily logs from June and August 2023, we found that the Parks Branch is not consistently achieving its service level standards. As an example, the chart on the slide demonstrates our analysis of service level standards for litter picking, grass mowing, edging, trimming in June and August 2023 based on information reported on the daily logs. The green bars indicate the number of parks in our sample where the service level standards were being met. 78% in June and 65% in August of 2023. The yellow bars indicate the number of parks where the standards were partially met, and the red bars indicate the number of parks where the standards were not met based on information reported in the daily logs. Periodically revisiting and refining service level standards and updating them when required is key to ensuring the expectations of Toronto residents and visitors continue to be met while operating within the resource and funding constraints of the city. I'll now turn the presentation back to the Auditor General for closing remarks.
Thank you, Ina. So beautiful, clean, safe parks are important community spaces. And as mentioned, the Parks Branch has set service level standards in terms of the maintenance levels of parks required. However, it is a significant challenge for the Parks Branch to monitor the performance of maintenance activities and measure achievement of service levels when the records are paper-based and not always completed properly. The Parks Branch needs to improve both the quality and reliability of its records and leverage the data and enabling technologies to identify opportunities to improve operational efficiency and effectiveness. The 9 recommendations in this report will help the Parks Branch to improve its crew productivity and supervision for parks maintenance and help in achieving service level standards reliably and consistently across all city parks. Management agreed with all of our recommendations and their response is attached at the end of our report. We'd like to express our sincere appreciation for the cooperation and assistance we received from management and staff of the Parks, Forestry and Recreation Division, including General Manager Howie Dayton and Director of the Parks Branch, Donna Kovacis. That concludes our presentation, and I believe management has a short presentation on their management response.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. We'll just take a moment to do the changeover of technology, and then we'll get into the questions.
Apologies. Little tech issue, so. There we go. Whew, all right.
Mr. Dayton, you all set?
All
The
set.
floor is yours. Thank you.
Apologies for the delay. Through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to share Parks, Forestry, and Recreation's audit response, our reaction to the findings, and our resolve to implement the recommendations. I would like to thank the Auditor General and her team for the collaborative approach taken through the process. I commit to continued collaboration and responsiveness through the anticipated report backs over the coming period of time. The results of this audit are very disheartening. I know I speak for the Parks leadership team when I say that we understand how important parks are to the people of Toronto. No more so than in the past few years, through the pandemic, when these spaces became a refuge, and today continues to be for so many, while also serving as community living rooms, among many other functions for people and our environment. As a public servant, I pride myself on giving 100% for the residents of this city, and believe many in our workforce do as well. Building trust and confidence in our ability to deliver the services in the right way people expect is paramount, and these findings rightfully have affected that trust, and I want to acknowledge that. I understand how serious and disappointing that is. The public deserves clean, well-maintained, and beautiful parks, managed in ways that deliver value for money for taxpayers by providing productive, efficient, and accountable services. The audit provides us with important areas of focus that, once implemented, will improve the experiences Torontonians have in their parks. I and the Parks leadership team are committed and determined to aggressively implement the audit's recommendations, lead a cultural change, and provide frontline staff the tools, training, coaching, and oversight needed to be successful. We also look forward to engaging Local 416 on strategies that can help us move this plan forward. In the wake of the publication of the audit report, we have acted swiftly to take immediate actions and have a robust plan that I will share with you today. Aside from immediately engaging the management and supervisory teams to review these findings and set expectations for the work that must be done to address the recommendations, we have put a number of measures and systems in place. Management's response provides the committee with the assurances of our resolve and timelines. A quality assurance program framework has been developed for how we manage the workforce in the work that they do. I will share more on that in the next slide. The Parks Branch will review all onboarding and training programs, issue appropriate direction related to how crews record the work that they do, the times that they work and don't work, and the standards they must achieve with respect to that work and expected time on task. Supervisor training will also be strengthened with clear expectations set for time in field and how daily activity sheets are to be reviewed. Together with Fleet Services, we are undertaking full implementation of telematics in all Parks vehicles. Finally, a review of service level standards will advance with productivity KPIs to ensure staff are meeting those standards. Data obtained through the digitization of DAS, which is well underway, and use of comparison information obtained through monitoring of GPS data will provide management additional oversight tools and leadership with greater intelligence in how to more effectively manage the park maintenance program. The quality assurance framework includes 4 key areas. The first is an accuracy audit of daily activity sheets. On a 4 to 6 week rotation, our quality assurance team will review all paper daily activity sheets and assign a pass or fail rating. Supervisors will be expected to assess trends to identify where improvement or additional training may be required. In the next cycle, the quality assurance team will review to see whether improvement has been noted. An escalation protocol that provides managers with issue trends is embedded. This will be implemented with the beginning of the winter season this coming November. The second is a supervisor quality check. Each week, supervisors inspect the work of 5 crews by cross-referencing the DAS and doing a site inspection at those sites against the service standard to ensure the work is done and done well. The minimum standard is that each crew is observed once per month. Where a deficiency is noted, the new procedures will require the supervisor to observe that crew again at a different park to see that they are undertaking the work properly and recording the DAS accurately. This will provide crews with real-time guidance, training, and performance management if required to ensure standards are met, time on task is reasonable, and work is being recorded accurately. Work is also well underway to digitize the DAS, which will be completely rolled out by year-end 2025. This will be a much more accurate, efficient, and useful tool for crews and management. And finally, once GPS is fully implemented and DAS digitized, we'll be better positioned to be able to use the comparison data to inform trends, gaps, and achieve greater accountability and productivity overall. The slide includes the expected outcome that will be achieved through this quality assurance framework. The next few slides lays out the roadmap for implementation of the audit recommendations, which I will quickly review. In 2024, we expect to implement the DAS audits, supervisor quality check program, and we'll have updated onboarding and training as we bring on our winter seasonal staff and move into winter operations. By Q2 2025, working with fleet services, we will have fully implemented GPS in all vehicles, completed the digitization of DAS, and completed the procedures needed to leverage comparison data in how we manage productivity and service standard achievements. Finally, in 2026, we will complete a review of service level standards, including benchmarking against other municipalities to inform any changes that may be required in our own. As is noted in the audit, the Parks branch had demonstrated that it was already implementing improvements in processes related to productivity and quality controls, and that the Parks operations is large. While I can say that the approach taken historically to manage the workforce and the work they do has included oversight, corrective action, and training, the recommendations and our response will ensure greater consistency in how that is done, much needed and modernized tools for the frontline and management, and quality assurance processes that any large organization must have to ensure the standards the public expects and deserves can be met and measured. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Dayton. So members, questions of staff or Madam Auditor? Councillor Nunziata, please go ahead.
She should. I'll
While we
wait for the staff.
get everyone to change over spots.
So to the park staff, thank you, and you've indicated that you're going to adopt all the recommendations in the report, but I just have a couple of questions. So what is the process for city staff to review all the parks and cut the grass, clean the litter, and so what is the process? You have a plan that they go to all the various parks?
So through the chair, so the current process does require supervisory presence in the field to monitor and oversee the work that crews do. However, the minimum expected times that supervisors are to inspect the parks would not be sufficient to implement the recommendations in the way the Auditor General has suggested, which is why we are implementing the quality assurance framework and setting direction to supervisors around the minimum number of times crews have to be observed in the field. And part of that observation is ensuring that the daily activity sheets reflect the work that is assigned each day and also that the work is being done to the standards that we have for such things as grass cutting and litter and washroom cleaning.
So so in a particular area, they go to all the parks, correct?
So
They go to each park. So I guess my question is, so who monitors the complaints that come in from constituents that there's garbage in this park, has been there for weeks, and, so what is the process? The staff go to each park and clean or monitor the condition of the park, and if there's issues, then they clean up the park. Is that the case? I just want to understand how they do that, because when we get complaints from constituents, like who monitors the number of complaints we get in? And why are the complaints coming in? If you can explain that to me.
Sure. So through the chair, currently we are not integrated with 311, which is something that we're working toward. I will say that the complaints do come in. When they come into 311, there's a process by which notification is given to supervisors. Supervisors then send crews out to address the deficiency. So there's reactive problem solving, which is, a complaint, a response, and a fix. And there's proactive management, which would require supervisors to monitor the work that crews do. But again, the minimum number of times that every park is inspected is not sufficient to achieve the objective set out through the audit report, which is why we're increasing that and setting the expectation that every crew shall be observed a minimum of once per month within the parks that a supervisor would have in their catchment.
But if staff go to each of the parks and monitor every park, so really we shouldn't get a lot of complaints. For example, if there's complaints from a particular park that comes in ongoing, we know it's a problem, right? So do we send staff and do we keep up maintenance on that particular park because there's a real issue?
Yeah, so through the chair, where we have ongoing complaints, we do send staff out, crews will go out, supervisors will go out. If we notice that we're having a particular issue with a particular park, there may be a different sort of intervention that's required. So we do absolutely respond to complaints when they're received, and then we try to, address them through retraining if necessary, or other supports that the crew may need to better maintain that park.
So who monitors? So all the complaints go through 311. Personally, we send it directly to staff. But so who monitors the number of complaints that comes in from 311 that they've been active? That staff have actually gone out there. Like how do we know? Because they go directly to 311 and we don't know, right?
I will say that the need to integrate into 311 is so that we can better track that data. Currently, with manual processes, we've not been able to. So the Service Excellence Committee has given direction that PF&R integrate with 311 so that parks complaint logging will happen as with any other integrated service area and give us the kind of data that you're speaking to. And we're looking to do that in Q1 2025.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. To the auditor, in your presentation, you noted a number of issues in terms of supervision. One of the things you said was that supervisors' workload contributed. Can you tell me more about what you meant by that?
Yes, through the chair. So there is a large span of control, and that's something that management is reviewing currently. It was one of the reasons that was provided during our interviews with staff in terms of something that affects their ability to get to the parks. If management would like to expand on that in terms of the review for span of control.
Through the chair, yes, we are reviewing span of control. Can say that currently for typical, on average, it's one supervisor for every 26.74 FTEs, or 40 staff, because FTEs can represent more than one individual.
And can you just give me a sense, over, say, the last decade, has that always been the case, or has it trended down or up?
I would say through the last decade, it's grown,
So,
span of control.
yeah, okay. Maybe if you could have some actual numbers around that in time for council, that would be helpful to me.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Perks. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I guess the first question is to the Auditor General. There were specific wards that were reviewed, correct?
Correct. So through the chair, we reviewed 13 local areas, 4 districts and the waterfront.
Would it be possible to get the results broken down by wards for the by the next council session?
Through the chair, yes, we do have that information.
Thank you. In your analysis, and I don't know if this should go to you or Parks, did you notice that the problems were widespread throughout the department, or was this specific employees?
So through the chair, we did find that this was a systemic issue. And I believe that management is following up with investigations in terms of our findings on these crews.
Thank you. So, and this is to Parks, if this is a systemic issue, is there going to be some sort of plan to change the culture of the department? Because even if we implement all of this, if the culture in the department is that this was acceptable for years, implementing the Auditor General recommendations aren't going to see a significant improvement in the parks. You have to change the culture and the mindset of the employees.
Through the chair, yeah, I would agree, and as noted in my presentation, this does require a culture shift. And the Parks leadership team is committed to undertaking that shift. You know, the audit findings are obviously concerning to everybody. And we want to work together with our counterparts at Local 416 to ensure that that culture change occurs. And that we're providing the training, the coaching, and the tools that staff need to be successful, while also ensuring that we are holding everyone accountable to do the jobs that they're here to do.
So will there be disciplinary action against the employees that were caught fraudulently putting time in that they didn't actually do for work?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask my colleagues in Labor Relations to answer that question.
Through the speaker, through the chair, we'll review the results of the audit with Parks staff, but we can't speak to any specific individual cases at this point. Through the chair, we'll review the results of the audit with the Parks staff, but I can't speak to any specific cases at this point of employee discipline.
So just to confirm, does the behavior displayed in the report, would that warrant disciplinary action?
Through the speaker, it's difficult to assess the cases that broadly. We would review the individual actions of employees and evaluate them against the collective agreement and our other obligations to those employees, and we would take action accordingly, but it's difficult to speculate broadly.
Well, no need to speculate, just going from the examples provided in the report. Example 1, 2, and 3, where they're found to be falsifying their logs in terms of where they were going, stopping at yards for hours or places that weren't on their schedules for hours. Just based on that, does that warrant disciplinary action?
Through the speaker, generally, that would not be appropriate, but we would review each individual case.
Is that a yes or a no?
Through the chair, it's difficult to assess broad fashion, but generally falsifying documents, not being where you're supposed to be, yes, that would warrant a disciplinary response subject to the response of the employee.
And just to add through the chair, there would be a separate process and a separate investigation required.
Thank you. In the review, was it noted that these problems were found in particular areas of the city? Some were better, some were maybe worse?
Through the chair, yes, it was inconsistent, and so there were some areas that were better than others.
What were the worst performing areas? I wouldn't be surprised.
Through the chair, I think I'd have to get back to you on that information.
Thank you. I'll have a second round of questions.
Last one, Councillor Myers.
I just have one more. Who at the department is going to be specifically charged with making sure that these recommendations are implemented?
The chair, we're establishing an accountability table. I will be at that table. Donna Kovachis will be at that table. Ultimately, Donna is the Director of Parks Operations and will have carriage for implementing the recommendations along with her management team. And we'll be providing some dedicated resources to her to ensure that we are successful.
And this will be done in collaboration with 416?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, and I will probably have a second round. I think we'll all have that. Just want to be clear that litter pickup or garbage bin pickup was given over to solid waste a number of years ago. So overflowing garbage bins is not an issue for parks, it's a solid waste issue, am I right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, so I don't know if the auditor, if you looked at that and you're ready to make a recommendation, because if you look at 311, I think you find a lot of calls about garbage.
Through the chair, that wasn't part of the scope of this audit.
We could ask you to look at that with 311, could we, from today?
You could, yeah, you could make a motion for me to
Okay.
consider it in my work plan.
Thank you. I don't see a list, and I'd like to see that list. I don't know if it's possible for council, but the main issues that people call in about in 311, just a list, not asking you to execute, but let's just understand what the big public issues are, not the internal issues, and where they're from.
So through the chair, I think the Parks, Forestry and Recreation Division has indicated the integration between 311 and the complaints. There isn't that integration, which makes it harder to track complaints.
sorry.
Our complaints were not within the scope of this first phase of the audit. They are something that we are including as part of the second phase of our audit.
So I guess 311 is where people are, how long has 311 been in here? 311 has been here since 2008 or 9, is that correct? Who'd like to answer that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor, it's been in place for many years.
How many? 15
Since
years?
2009, through you, Mr. Chair.
So is that 15 years? Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
without my calculator, yes.
I'm just trying to do that in my head. 15 years, and there's no interface between complaints about parks and their ability to get to 311, which is where people are told to call, and the ability to execute on those. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, you are correct. Through you, Mr. Chair, there is currently no integration through the use of technology between PF&R and the Customer Experience Division 311.
So 311 does not send those complaints to parks.
Sorry, just to clarify to you, Councillor, any complaints received by 311 are transferred to the Parks Division for action.
Okay. So now then we need to know how they're dispensed of for action. Are they all done and how they're reported back? To whom?
So through the chair, the way in which the complaints come in through 311 is to the park supervisor for action. So the challenge has been in terms of centralizing data around the types of complaints and being able to track their resolution. Urban forestry currently is the only service area integrated And as noted, we're working to complete that integration for parks by Q1 2025.
Yes, sorry, thank you to interrupt, but we're going to have a long day. But technically, Parks gets all of that information from 311. Grass too long in whatever park that is, and a seat's broken. You have all that information. I don't know about integration, but it doesn't sound like it's internally integrated. There's no, it's not up to 311 to centralize all those complaints. It really should be up to the Parks Department to do that, or PFNR, or I'm asking the DCM now. I think this is a big management issue we have here. So you're telling me in 15 years, there's no centralized data bank for Parks complaints to 311 that Parks has put together that you can go in and look at trends or patterns. I think I'm right.
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor Fletcher.
Would you consider, so there's nothing impeding that from happening except internal processes at the Parks Department or at PFNR? Would I be right to say that, unfortunately?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask about Parks as part of the Parks and Infrastructure Committee, correct? And I'm going to ask you, Mr. Azouz, do you have other divisions that operate as a hard service there? They're mowing things, they're planting things, they're cutting things, they're fixing things, they're repairing things, they're flooding rinks, they're cleaning out splash pads. Is that something that is happens in all the divisions that you oversee? Or
Through
is
the
it
chair,
kind of
no,
unique?
Councillor Fletcher, that is done through Parks, Forestry and Recreation.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, you have SDFA, you have all kinds of divisions under you that are basically community and social based, community programs. This, would you agree, is more of a hard infrastructure?
Through the chair, correct.
Paving, cleaning, doing all of those things. Nobody else does those things. Okay, 549, I'll come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. So first thing I want to ask is what prompted the audit, or was this just next in line to get audited?
So through the chair, so we have our regular process to develop my audit work plan. And so we do a risk assessment every 5 years, and we update that annually, looking at risks and opportunities. And this has been on my work plan to do.
Okay, so it wasn't a red flag that came up and prompted you to audit. Okay, thank you. So I'm going to just pick up where Councillor Nunziata left off with process. I want to ask the same question, Howie, if I could, on process. Can you give us an idea? So what happens every morning? Staff shows up in their respective areas where they need to show up at to start their day, to either to clean the parks, cut the grass. So what happens? They show up to work, then what?
So through the chair, so a typical 8-hour shift, inclusive of breaks, would include starting out at a yard, loading up equipment. Takes about 20 to 30 minutes to do that task. They get 2 15-minute breaks and 1 30-minute running lunch per the collective agreement. Their allotted travel time, and then they would go to the parks assigned based on the crew. They would do the tasks assigned. They would complete their daily activity sheets. They would come back at the end of the shift, allow some unloading time, and end of shift washout. So I can say that according to our data and expectations based on that day, approximately 4 to 4.5 hours are taken up with tasks. About 3.5 hours of on-site work activity is supposed to be occurring. So that time on task is relative to the other pieces that they need to do as part of their day.
So let's talk about the tasks that they're assigned. How many parks in a day, on average, would they be assigned?
Through the chair. Good morning, Councillor. So every crew is assigned a number of parks, depending on the size of the park and depending on activities that they have. An average supervisor would have an average of 12 to 15 crews out per day. And each crew would do different activities, whether it's turf maintenance, whether it's litter picking, whether it's washroom maintenance, whether it's horticulture.
How are they monitored? So they're assigned, let's just say, for the day, depending on the area, maybe they're assigned 4 parks, 5 parks, and they got their 8-hour day to get all that work done. So do they report back at the end of the day in their log what they accomplished for the day?
Correct. Through the chair, correct. So they have on their daily activity sheets, they would note what activities were done at the park that day. They would also note any anomalies or any issues that they came across, and those are reviewed by a park supervisor. There's also a 4-person that's out on the road that would visit those sites and come and visit the crews as they're doing their work as well.
Okay, so, and Donna, how regularly would management be checking in with staff to ensure that the deliverables, what they said they're going to do, actually gets done? Is that done regularly throughout the week?
Through the chair, it is expected to be done regularly, depending on what activities the supervisor has that week and how they're able to fit it in. They are expected to review the daily activity sheets, and they are expected to go on site throughout the week as well.
I'm just going to go to your presentation, page 12, and what struck out for me was that the performance expectations. It says key performance indicators should be developed and measured. So, I mean, it just prompts the question, we already have performance indicators, do we not?
The Chair, we have service standards for the frequency of which activities should occur in a park. And we would measure against those standards. But what I would say is we acknowledge that a more sophisticated approach to developing those key performance indicators is needed, a way to track the data, which we currently don't have through the number of manual processes that exist. And certainly the idea around GPS and digitized daily activity sheets is to allow us to have that data and then see that we can benchmark against our actual service standards.
Okay. Have you, can you tell me which districts have the highest level of monitoring versus the lowest level of monitoring? Or are they equal across the board?
I mean, I would say that the expectation is that they're consistent across the board. What we need to look at is whether or not there are specific trends and particular issues that need to be addressed. So part of that is working with the auditor on what some of their findings were, and then establishing a more robust quality assurance process citywide.
Okay, one more question. How many people do you employ?
Last one.
How many people are?
In the Parks Operation Branch, we have about 1,300 staff. Yeah, about 1,300.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to ask some questions, and I think Councillor Fletcher, you indicated a desire for a second round.
Yes, or a
Any
third.
objections? Okay. So I'll ask mine. I just want to go back over the numbers. So total number of, let's talk about people. FTEs is an accounting number, but how many people are we talking about under this audit?
Through the chair, there are approximately 1,800 people within the Parks branch, specific to people that are overseen by 29 park supervisors. There's 1,166 people. But as the subject of this audit, because it doesn't cover all the tasks that a park supervisor is responsible, so just looking at the staffing under those supervisors that would do the work activities covered under this audit are approximately 800.
800. And does that vary through the seasons? Because I guess we're going into winter now, so less grass cutting.
That's correct. That's peak season numbers.
Peak season numbers. Okay. And so those 800 tie back to 29 supervisors. Is there any crossover from one supervisor to the other of individuals or crews? Okay.
Through the chair, no, they're dedicated for the season.
All right. So it's one supervisor matched with a group of employees. And then how many roughly? I thought we heard that before. roughly how many employees under the watch of a supervisor?
Through the chair, so we have about 1 to 40 individuals, or about 1 to 27 FTEs.
Okay, so back to the audit. At the heart of the audit is these daily activity sheets. And if I saw the sample in the audit report, it contains some basic information, the people, the vehicle, the weather, the date, a little section on breaks and lunches and instructions and so on. But then it really gets into the details. It lists all the work locations, and it lists the time in and time out at each location. And then it kind of has a grid of the activities that people did, right? You know, whether that's litter picking or mowing the grass or trimming. But essentially, this log is central to the work of the crew of the day. It's the record of what they did. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay, so who fills out the log?
The crews have responsibility to complete the log. It's supposed to be then signed off by the lead hand, and then the supervisor would review the logs.
Okay, and the lead hand is like the leader of the crew, I guess, and is that the person, I don't know if they drive the truck, but I guess that would be the person that's in charge of the group that's in the vehicle.
That's correct.
Because we're mostly talking about groups of people that travel around in vehicles in this instance.
These are yes, the audit was subject to the mobile crews.
Do we track odometer readings?
Sorry?
Do we track the odometer readings of the truck?
That is part of the daily activity sheet requirement. No, sorry.
Sorry, I'll just jump in. It's not part of the daily activity sheet, but we do track it. Odometer readings are provided with the circle check when someone enters a vehicle daily.
Where you have GPS, not all the trucks, but where you have it, the odometer readings could be cross-referenced to the work locations. Is that correct? So there's that layer of data.
Through the chair, that's correct.
I'm just keeping an eye on the time. So how does one reconcile all of the tasks that the crew did through the day to the service standards, which are the prescribed specifications that you follow as a department? For instance, you know, you cut the grass so many times per month. How does that get squared up?
Through the chair, I would say that is the gap here, is that we don't have a data warehouse to allow us to really take manual daily activity sheets and match them up against the service standard outside of doing spot check audits in the field and reviewing the daily activity sheets to make sure that the tasks are being completed.
How do we know the crew's not like cutting the same grass 3 times for 3 weeks in a row? Like how does one divide out the work, which would then be recorded in the sheets, making sure that that squares up with all of the expectations of the department? Even notionally, I understand there's gaps, but whose responsibility is to see that process?
Through the chair, mainly that's the foreperson who's out there on a day-to-day basis, and also the supervisor that oversees it.
Okay, and Madam Auditor, I'm just going to ask a quick one here. With respect to these sheets, can you tell me the types of discrepancies? Were we missing some? Were we missing information on them? Was the information mismatched with what was actually found in the field? Is that, not all of them, but some of them. Is that correct? That's central to the audit.
So through the chair, yes, the daily logs were central to the audit. And yes, they were not all completed properly. And as mentioned earlier, when we compared these with the GPS, there were some locations that were listed as, or activities listed as completed or visited on the logs that were not reflected in the GPS.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you're first on my list for the second round.
Thank you.
Okay.
It does seem, Madam Auditor, that the management systems have all failed here in this department over a long period of time, including the 311 data. Is that kind of a semi-conclusion you're coming to and need to be fixed?
So through the chair, that is part of our recommendations, is that the division needs to leverage the technology and to have the data to be able to measure their service levels and whether they're being achieved.
I guess just for management, because while we're talking about firing people, I just want to draw everybody's attention to a 56-day arbitration in the city of Hamilton where the road crew was fired for that, and everybody was reinstated. It was found to be a management oversight issue. So I think we do have that at play here. Not if somebody's not fulfilling their job, then I'm interested in what that looks like up and down a ladder of accountability and responsibility. I don't know, you said 29 and 800. Were those the two numbers that I got? 29 supervisors, 800 staff?
Through the chair, that's correct, related to the scope of the audit. But we've noted that the span of control is approximately.
Thank you. That's 30, not 40. Am I right or wrong? 1 to 30, not 1 to 40. Maybe my math is wrong.
Through the chair, it's 1,166 employees that report to the 29 park supervisors. The 800 are the staff that are specifically covered in the activities that are covered in the audit. But if you look at the overall responsibility of that park supervisor, it's 1,166 staff.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Could you, Madam Auditor General, you're talking about splash pads, but I don't see here that you're acknowledging that the rinks are also under this crew in the winter. So those standards, meeting certain standards for rinks, everything transfers over to the rinks from the parks. Is that your understanding?
Through the chair, we did not include that in the scope of this audit.
But it is one of those factors that's on the list. How many times you do a park, how many times you clean the splash pad, how many times you look at those things. Rinks are really a part of that. So
there would be part of the maintenance, through the chair, they would be part of the maintenance service level standards, but we only looked at summer service level standards as part of our audit because we looked at June and August 2023, so no winter service.
Okay. Just looking at 1,500 parks, and you note that the classifications don't appear to be used in order to group the kind of work or do the kind of work that needs to be done. So the most ones where you're going to anticipate are heavy-duty parks. Did you conclude that that wasn't how the work's managed or that it is managed in that way? But I don't see a list of parks and the classifications, and that would be very helpful to have that by area and by classification. In other words, Scarborough, North York, Etobicoke, Toronto, East York, waterfront. If we could see that, it would be very helpful to understand that. Do you have that?
Through the chair, if I can clarify, are you asking if you can see the results by the different district
No, I'm
areas
just
or by
asking
the
overall
classification
for
of parks?
1,500 parks, the number of destination parks, the number of central parks, the number of local parks, the number of parkettes, and then looking at that by district, the classifications. You must have, somebody has that, and I'd like to have that sent to council.
Through the chair, I would suggest that the Parks, Forestry, and Recreation Division might be able to provide that information. For the purposes of our audit, we looked at
Yes,
the
but that's what
base
I'm
level.
asking, and they're here. So, Mr. Chair, that's what I'd like for council. I'd like that as an appendix, please. And then I'd also like to see the parks from the audit area by classification to see what you're looking at. That would be helpful. Can we get that?
We only looked at the minimum level of maintenance required because we were not able to get a list of each park and what classification and level of service they were to receive. So we had reviewed for the base level of service, every park receiving that. We did see when we were reviewing daily logs that certain parks did have a higher level of service, which is consistent with the different classifications of park.
So that's a bit of a surprise to hear that for the parks that you were auditing, you weren't given, or there wasn't one available classification, understanding of what they were. What's a local park? What's a neighborhood? What's a sports park? What's a citywide destination? You weren't given that.
Through the chair, we did not have an inventory of each park and the level of service that each park was supposed to receive.
So you know classifications in your report. Were those secret locations that you were looking at? Or did the Parks Department know that? Did they know what you were looking at? Did they have access to that information, those which parks you were reviewing?
Through the chair, we reviewed 12 local areas and 1 waterfront area, so all the parks that were in those local areas.
I guess I'm still asking that question. Did you,
Parks was aware of
they
which,
were aware of which ones you were looking at?
which areas we were looking at
But they didn't give you a classification and the service standards for each of those?
for each specific park within those areas.
But you didn't know the classification of X park versus X park when you were looking at it?
Through the chair, that's correct.
So, Counselor, I'm going to call time. Do we need to go to third round? It's
Yes,
not a
I
problem.
do.
All right,
But I'm a
we'll do
little-
that.
And I don't know why we didn't have a briefing, because we could have had a lot of these
Okay,
questions
so I just,
answered then.
we're going to stop there and we'll come back for sure.
That's
And
my
I'll
first question,
check
and I
to
get
see if
that.
we can get some supplementary information for council.
Thank you.
Is Councilor Nunziata.
Just going back to my question, okay,
We're in a
to
shock
start.
period here. It's shocking.
So you didn't audit the number of complaints that came in from constituents or from the counselor's office, correct?
Sorry, through the chair, just to clarify, you're talking about the complaints for parks?
Complaints that came in on poor maintenance in the park. You didn't audit the number of complaints.
So that's going to be part of our Phase 2 audit related to
Phase 2?
repairs and maintenance and inspections. So we did not include that in the scope of this audit. And as management has stated, the data is not
Can you
there
turn
in
your
terms
mic
of the
on?
tracking. It is on.
Oh,
Can you hear me
okay.
better now?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So management has said that the data is not available in terms of the tracking of complaints, but it will be part of our scope for the Phase 2 audit.
So so part of that would be the complaints that came in from 311 and individual counselors? Because the complaints come into the counselor's office.
Yes, we will include the complaints as part of Phase 2.
So that would be both. So going back to staff, so when you say that the staff are assigned to particular parks, so do they not go to all the parks in the district to?
So through the chair, the crews would be assigned to the parks within the ward.
Parks?
Correct.
Okay, so, and the reason I asked that, so nobody monitors that, in fact, that a particular park was not assigned to and that there was an issue in the particular park. No, there's no monitor of that, right? When the complaints come in?
Through the chair, no, I would say that the complaints come in more directly to the supervisor, who would then, on a
Right.
reactive basis, assign the crew to address the problem.
Yeah, so, I mean, when the complaints come to my office, we go directly to the supervisor. But I guess my question is that we would not get a lot of complaints. For example, I ran into a constituent over the weekend and they complained about a particular park. And they said the garbage, just tons of garbage has been there for a couple months. So my question is, did we not monitor that particular park? I mean, how could it accumulate? Because if we did, we wouldn't have to we wouldn't get calls in. We would reduce the number of calls, right?
Chair, that is correct. Yeah.
So we're not doing that now.
Well, what the audit demonstrates to us is that there needs to be an increase in the accountability of how the parks are monitored, how the crew's activities are being monitored to ensure that
That
to try and
happens.
prevent that outcome.
Because that would reduce the number of calls coming in. I mean, there's no reason why the pile of garbage for 2 months and we've never gone in to clean it, right?
That's right. That is right. That
Yeah.
should not be the case. That is not the service standard.
Yeah, I must say the supervisor in my area, when we call them directly, they're very good. But my point is, we shouldn't get the number of complaints.
That's right.
An ongoing complaint for a particular park if it's, if we know that it's an issue. So if there's an issue in a particular park where there's issues on the weekend, for example, I'm going to go to Smythe Park, Donna, right? So when there is a problem in a particular park, do we assign staff on weekends to go and monitor the issue? For example, there's guns and, everything going on in the park, shots. So do we assign particular staff to go there on an ongoing issue to monitor and to report it?
Through the chair, that wouldn't be within the purview of what the responsibilities are of the park staff, but we do work very closely with MLS bylaw and Toronto Police. We would work with them. Additionally, we do have 4 persons on the weekend that are available to check in on sites and to, direct any issues to the correct area.
So in the particular park with Smythe Park, where we have guns and we have people shooting on weekends and that, you would assign staff with MLS and with the police on the weekends, every weekend where there's a problem?
Through the chair, we wouldn't assign them. We would share the information with them. In terms of public safety, that's outside of our purview in terms of how they would respond.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep. Microphone. Microphone, Councillor. Is it? I'm sorry. I don't hear you well.
For the Auditor General, is this better? Okay. You have 9 in-depth recommendations that I've noted here. So what happens with your process now in terms of the outcomes, metrics, with respect to their implementation? At what point do you follow up and report back?
Okay, so for all of our audit reports, we have our regular follow-up cycle, and so it's usually about a year after the report's issued that we would do our follow-up work, although our system is available 24/7 that management can update their action plan and actions taken in response to our recommendations. But generally about a year after is when we would look at those recommendations that management has assessed as fully implemented.
All right, thank you. And to, I think, Howie possibly, so this is the Auditor General's presentation, page 4, when she speaks about 46% of the GPS indicates crews do not stop at 1 or more park locations. And given that the audit was done now more than a year ago in 2023, do you have an indication as to where we're at now?
Through the chair, so the report was released to us a few weeks ago. So right now we've been working to digest the findings, and the quality assurance framework is intended to respond to them through a more robust monitoring approach to ensure that staff are attending the parks that they are assigned and undertaking the tasks that they are assigned. But I will say that parks had done some work before the audit to look at ways that we could improve accountability, performance, and productivity. And some of the things that you're seeing that are already well developed are because we had recognized that there needs to be some modernization in the way that we approach this work.
Yeah, but you are trying to determine why it was only 46%, why 46% did not stop at parks. That's quite a bit. That's quite...
So through the chair, we have acknowledged that there are investigations underway where we have information related to specific crews that were not attending work locations and not recording information correctly, and we are undertaking that in cooperation with LR.
And then you'll report that, because this is pretty excessive, you'll report that, those findings?
Through the chair, we would not report back on specific, disciplinary action taken with employees.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. So I guess my question is to Parks. Were these problems well known within the department before the Auditor General's report?
Through the chair, I would say not to the degree noted in the audit. Again, we had undertaken some work in parks management with internal audit to assess potential gaps and had identified opportunities to improve monitoring, supervision, and performance. And I will say that, part of the supervisor's responsibilities and work that they do is monitoring and taking corrective action with staff. We just don't report out on it necessarily. But I will say this provides us the focus that will be helpful in trying to change it from a system perspective.
So I guess I'm just having a bit of trouble understanding that, because this is just so widespread and so systematic that I don't understand how supervisors could not know that something was wrong with this department if it's not just a couple employees, it's literally throughout the department where it's systemic. So that's the Auditor General's word. So I just don't understand how managers, people at City Hall could not see something is wrong here. Something's really wrong where they're saying they're doing this much work, but like we're not seeing the results. And I'm just trying to understand why it would take the Auditor General's report to say, okay, this is a problem that we need to fix. For example, it was known that 32% of the vehicles did not have GPS tracking devices. Why weren't those GPS tracking devices installed?
So through the chair, I might turn that over to Fleet Services.
Morning, Councillor, through the chair. So we have taken a phased approach to the implementation of the telematics program. So we have been covering a number of vehicles over the last 3 years. And alongside that, we've been developing programs related to increased safety and utilization. However, I can assure you that we are working with the Parks team right now to ensure that all owned vehicles will have telematics devices by January 2025.
Was there any request to expedite the installation of GPS on the vehicles? Was there ever any request on the remaining 32%?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, yes, no, not exactly. There has not been a request from Parks that came through prior to the audit report being released. However, we have been working with the team there and we'll get this done by January.
And so I'll just turn it over to Parks. Why wasn't that request made?
Through the chair, I would say that we had discussed the value of installing GPS in vehicles that were approaching end of life, and a business decision was made to wait until they were replaced. But we have, since the audits come out, recognized that that's not the best approach. And so we're moving forward with the full installation, regardless of the life cycle of the vehicle, and we'll leverage the GPS technology for the replacement vehicles when they arrive.
Approximately how much does it cost to install GPS on a vehicle?
To you, Councillor, through the chair, the cost to install a GPS device is minimal in that we are able to do it internally.
Roughly how much?
The cost of the device is approximately $200, but the labor can be provided by our maintenance staff.
$200.
$200.
So I guess I'll go back to management. Is that really, I mean, $200 a saving? Was that really a reason not to install the GPS vehicles on the rest of the vehicles?
Through the chair, I would agree that it wasn't a financial decision, and I can't speak to the exact conversations that were happening at the time. They certainly predate me, but we have since determined that the GPS will be installed in the 192 remaining vehicles.
And then I guess my next question is just, there were reports I've read of the union saying that, sometimes they get on site and the material, the equipment they need to do their job is either broken or not there. That's certainly something that we're dealing with at TTC. So how is that being addressed?
Through the chair, so we are working with Fleet Services on any opportunity to repair equipment. I would say, though, our tracking shows 45% of small engine equipment is repaired on the same day. So, while certainly there are occurrences where equipment does malfunction, I'm not sure I would necessarily agree that that is a reason that crews are unable to do their work.
So that might be a small factor, but it will not be a significant contributing factor to what we're seeing in the audit results.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. I'm going to take a moment to ask a couple more clarifying questions. I just want to go back to the daily activity sheets. I have a sample. It was in the report in my hand, and I think they're central to the story. Can park staff tell me who assigns the work to the crew that goes out?
Through the chair, it would be the supervisor assigning the work to the foreperson.
So the supervisor must be thinking about the standards, must be thinking about complaints and thinking about needs. So the crew doesn't make up their own work. They go out and do as they've been asked to by the supervisor.
That's correct.
Now, the crew is supposed to document what they did all day. Is that correct? On these daily activity sheets?
That's correct.
And so the crew is supposed to return it to the supervisor. Is that correct?
To the foreperson, and the foreperson would submit to the supervisor.
Supervisor, and somebody's checking all along.
Correct.
Okay, back to Madam Auditor. So we heard before about the number of supervisors, 29. They have some crews. There's about 40 employees under a supervisor. They're divided up into groups of people, so it's not 40 timesheets, or daily activity sheets, but there's going to be a quantum. In your review, at least you sampled them, did you find that there was a daily sheet every day for every crew, or were they missing?
Chair, the crews are supposed to prepare the daily logs every day. There were some daily logs that were missing when we requested all the daily logs. Some of them were not there.
How prevalent was that gap?
There were some missing, but I don't think that we were unable to tell because from a completeness standpoint, we couldn't tell that we had all the daily logs, but if there was a gap in a daily log, I don't think that they were overly significant.
In terms of, so let's go to the next layer. In terms of the quality of the daily logs, where they weren't missing, how did you find, were they accurate to what seemed to have been assigned, or were there gaps or incoherence to what the people did all day?
So there were, out of 564 logs that we reviewed, 28% didn't indicate what maintenance activities were completed at one or more parks. 46% of those logs did not note a time in or a time out from work locations, or the shift start or shift end time. And then about 13% of logs were not signed off by a foreperson or supervisor.
Okay, and then so beyond that layer, I think you found discrepancies between what the log sheet said, may or may not have been signed off, but you found discrepancies to where the vehicle actually was or what the crew was doing. And those were varied. So some of them were, they didn't go to the place they said they went, or they went to an extra place. By extra, I mean an extra park. And then in some circumstances, it appeared the crews were on break. Is that a fair summary? So the breakdown was this activity log, right? It didn't match the reality.
Correct. So some of the locations were not attended to according to the GPS. The times for attending a location did not match up. Crews attended other locations, so in some cases they appeared to be city locations, but because they're not noted on the logs, we don't know if any activity was performed, and then they attended non-city locations.
Okay, they don't write the travel time, they just say, I was at this park from this time to this time, and then the next piece on the list is the next job.
That's correct. No travel time, in general, no travel time was recorded on the logs.
And so you found discrepancies in the travel time as well?
Through the chair. So there was driving time. We assumed driving time to be the unrecorded time on the daily log. On average, that was 2 hours and 43 minutes. Actual driving time, including driving time to other locations, not recorded on the log. The total on average was about 2 hours and 2 minutes. So actually less driving time than noted on the logs.
Okay.
not limited
I'm going to ask a general question. I don't know who wants to take it, but I wondered if you could offer the committee some comment from staff about what's happening at the Service Excellence Committee on the very specific question around how information comes into 311 from the public, how it's bridged over to the Parks Department, and then, of course, finally, around this idea of standards and creating an expectation among the, setting an expectation among the public as to what they should be looking for in reporting to 311. That's not in the ether. There's some work on that. I wondered if somebody could give some comment to the committee.
Through the chair. So currently, calls that do come into 311 get redirected to park staff directly, but we are working with our parks and technology colleagues to do an integration for later in 2025.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you indicated the desire for a third round. Please proceed.
Yeah, I guess I'm just going to ask the city manager, is there any other division that receives so much public attention than parks? Media-wise, social media-wise, washrooms, everything, garbage? I don't think there is. Would you agree that there's very few that?
Through the chair, it's few. I would say that by law enforcement, roads, and recreation to some degree are up there as well, but parks is certainly in the top.
It's number one, that's right. And just the auditor, I'm just going to ask this hypothetically. You said they're not logged. It could have been fixed but not logged. Is that correct? Whatever the crews were doing, that could have been fixed. It just didn't get logged. You didn't look at what was not fixed. You looked at what was logged.
Yeah, so through the chair, we did not look at things being fixed as part of the scope of this audit. That's for phase 2.
That's for phase 2. So right now you're saying it's not logged, but they could have all been fixed. They just didn't write it down.
So through the chair, we looked at the daily maintenance and whether it was done or not.
You went out and looked, physically looked.
We reviewed the GPS records compared to the daily logs.
Yeah, so I understand where the GPS was there. Did you look and say, yes, that's all done according to standard? Did you go and physically look?
We did not include
Okay.
observations, no.
Then I'm just going to ask park staff, there's often times when crews are going somewhere and then they get a call and say there's a nail protruding in a playground. Do you go to the next park for your daily maintenance, or do you go directly to fix an unsafe situation?
Through the chair, they would prioritize the unsafe situation.
So I don't think that's captured either, or is it captured here? Like the emergency repairs, they've got to get there right away, something's gone on. I'm not sure, have you captured that here, quantified that?
And that will be part of our phase 2 audit in terms of.
So is that fair then to say here, and I think it would be fair to say, not logged, but could be fixed? Here's our emergency repairs, here's how they're logged, because supervisors you all know, because they're not going on their own, they're being sent out by a supervisor. When that happens, or somebody will call into the supervisor, correct?
Through the chair, if a crew was diverted to another work location, it should be recorded on the DAS so that we know that they went to that location, and there's an opportunity to note what they did.
And are there times when a car gets parked and the double, so you've got a 4-cab pickup, and that a 2 gets parked and then somewhere, and then everybody gets in the 4 and goes to do something? Is that an occurrence of some kind?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that does occur from time to time.
So that could explain why something's parked, because those people are now in a different vehicle going to a different park, so.
Through the chair, that is correct, Councillor.
That's correct. So just some of these pieces. I'm just going to go back to the, well, I'm just going to say that, and I don't know which parks they are. I've sent that motion in, but I have to say that in our zone, the staff, the supervisors are very, very, very attentive, especially when there's difficulties. They're in there. There's an issue with needles in parks. Is that one of your service standards? Because parks have to pick those up. Is that something you've looked at, Madam Auditor General?
Through the chair, the Parks Ambassador Program, so the work that's done related to encampments is not within the scope.
No,
of
it's
our-
not encampments, it's any old park with needles. It's
So-
not an encampment, they're everywhere, in every park. Who does that?
Needle picking is its own crew.
So through the chair, the counselor is correct. So needle picking is part of regular crew duties. There are specialized crews in certain areas within the city where there's dedicated crews that do that, but it's generally done as a general services activity within regular crews throughout the city.
So that's not one of the service standards. I know I have many parks that don't have encampments, but there's needles all over the place. So that's part of the daily work then, crew work, right? And that might be a 311, that might be a counselor call, that might be a public calling the parks directly. Would I be right to say that?
That is correct. It's covered under general services. Sorry, through the chair.
General, but these days it's actually far more than a general service. Okay, thank you. I think I've asked all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Before we go to the next
Oh, I do have some pictures though.
You have more questions?
I just wanted to know what the waterfront zone is. There's 4 zones, which are geographic, and then you have a waterfront zone. What's that zone, please?
Through the chair, there's 3 waterfront areas, each eastern beaches, western beaches, and the islands.
Are they under 1 supervisor or 3?
Through the chair, that'd be 3.
3 supervisors, and nobody oversees all of them. So central, eastern, western. Is that right?
Correct.
And are there any other special duties for those supervisors? Because it's not a park, really. There's sand and everything else, water, the works. Could you just tell me, outline what those duties are, please? Different duties?
Through the chair, it includes the beaches area, so that would be beach maintenance, litter picking, et cetera, horticulture on beaches as well, but it also includes parks within that catchment area. So there are parks included, waterfront parks, along with the beach areas as well.
And so far, at least up till now, it's also included ferries, ferry schedule, ferry operations, federal ferry purchasing and docking. Is that correct?
Under a separate supervisor, but within that manager portfolio,
I'm
correct.
sorry, under a separate supervisor or the waterfront supervisor? I saw the waterfront supervisor sign off on all those reports.
No,
Who signed them?
the supervisor is a supervisor of marine services.
Signed on the report? To council?
I'm not, sorry, through the chair, I'm not certain which document you're,
Reports on ferries to council.
I'm sure we can get that, Councillor Fletcher, those documents, although the clerk has
Thank
stepped
you.
away. Any further questions before we move on? Thank you. So those wishing to speak, members. Councillor Myers, please proceed. Of course. Of course.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I have 2 motions. Yeah. So the first motion is simply to request the Auditor General report directly to the November City Council meeting with a breakdown of the audit and of Parks Branch Operations Phase 1 findings by city ward. I think councilors would be interested in that information. And the second motion is that City Council request the General Manager, PFNR, to report to Audit Committee as part of the future reports on audit of the Parks Branch operations on the plan for the culture change within the PFNR department. Happy to take questions on both. They're pretty self-explanatory. I gotta say, I was really disappointed reading this report. I mean, overall, I get a lot of complaints about the parks. And we often confirm with PFNR if certain work is being done or if it's been done, and we get an answer, and it doesn't feel good as a counselor to know that that information that we might be giving to constituents because they care is not accurate because city staff are not doing their jobs. It's very, very hard to get people to believe in local government and that they should be paying more in property taxes for improved services when they see things like this. This is pretty damning, and it's really disappointing as a councillor to see that this has been going on for years and no one's bothered to do anything about it until there was an Auditor General report. I just don't think that's acceptable. I don't think there's any way that anyone can feel good about this or proud that this is the culture in the department. I mean, it's just, and the issue is, the bigger issue is, I think we're looking at things from like a dollars and cents perspective. If it's, a decision is made that it doesn't make financial sense to put a GPS on a car and the cost is only $200, it means that we're not looking at the right things. We're not looking at the overall picture of putting in a culture of accountability, transparency in the department when we're focused on cutting costs that might lead to a better outcome overall for the department. Yeah, so that's all I have to say on this, and happy to take any questions on the motion.
But just a question.
Councillor Nunziata, a question on the motion,
Yes,
clarifying?
Councillor Myers, so your motion about having the breakdown of each ward, are those the number of complaints or the?
So they did audits. They can break down the information by the parks they audited by ward. So that should come to the next council, so the councillors will know if your ward was part of the audit, what were the results?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you. No other clarifying questions? Thank you, Councillor Myers. Next to speak I have is Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Chair. And so let me preface by saying taxpayers expect the delivery of basic core services. And on the heels of one of the highest property tax increases that we've had, when we're not delivering on those core services, and the expectation is, while we've had such an enormous tax increase, we expect better service. And it looks like the optics here are not good, clearly. And I was surprised to see that 46% of the GPS indicates that crews did not stop at one or more of the parks. I think Councillor Miles' motion will address that in terms of reporting back to give us a breakdown. But I must say, there's over 1,300 people working in the Parks Division. I can speak to my experience. My experience with parks has been phenomenal. Parks in Etobicoke North, we get few complaints because we, are getting great service, at least in that part of the city. Now, there may be some other areas that are problematic and for whatever reason. So I think that breakdown is critical so we can see how that breaks down. Given all the encampments that have come up across the city, we've had our issues in Etobicoke North for the first time ever. I'd never had to experience encampments before, coming back from my short 4-year break and coming back to encampments and homelessness up at the northwest end of the city for the first time. And I've had great support from staff in terms of managing that issue on a day-to-day basis. Excellent support from staff when it comes to sweeping the parks for needles and sharp objects. That service from parks has been phenomenal. So it seems clearly that there's an issue here that needs to be dealt with. So, and the Auditor General's report is very clear, and Auditor General, you did a great job in presenting this report and highlighting the things that need to be addressed. You've got great recommendations here, but everything that we do in life is all in the follow-up. We have a process in place. We have people that report to work. We have supervisors and managers that have a responsibility to do just that, manage and supervise. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. So clearly someone's dropping the ball somewhere. I would suspect the vast majority of the 1,300 people are doing a great job, and there's just enough of them that are pulling some people down. And as a result, we're getting outcomes that are not outcomes that the taxpayer can support and should not have to support. This is all about ensuring that we provide the best level of service that we can and support the taxpayer and ensuring that core services are delivered in the best way that we can. I know that a lot of complaints I get are more to do with tree trimming. And it's scary to hear the results of that when staff, tell me it's that, we got to wait maybe upwards of 18 months to get a tree or more. And so ensuring that our trees are kept healthy, that's a critical thing, but that's not the topic today. On that note, I know that also that the chair has a motion that I've had a look at, and I think that's a good motion that should be supported. And but in the meantime, let's not let's recognize also that there is good work being done, but there's a problem here, and it's being addressed. And let's work together to address it. Let's get to a good ending that will result in far better service to the taxpayer because they're paying what they feel like they're telling me they're paying a lot of taxes and the service isn't always there in the way that it should be. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Our next speaker is Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you, and I'll be brief. So I do support the recommendations that we have in the report, and as well, Councillor Myers' two motions. And I'm pleased to hear that on phase 2, you will be auditing the number of complaints that have come forward through 311 and the Councillor's office. So that's important. Now, I must say, when we get in the summer, I get a lot of complaints of parks in my ward. And what I do is I send the complaint directly to the supervisor of my ward, and he's very good, and he addresses the issue. But my problem is that when we have an ongoing issue, if we're maintaining, if staff are going to all the parks and they're assigned parks and monitoring those parks, well, then there should never be an issue where somebody, for example, over the weekend called me or spoke to me and said, oh, this park, there's been tons of garbage in there. It's been 2 months and nobody's come and cleaned it up. So that's what I'm concerned about, is that if we do ongoing monitoring of the parks and we're out there cleaning the parks, we shouldn't get the number of complaints. Right? We shouldn't get a number of complaints from 311 or to the councillor's office. And some of the issues is where there's a problem in a particular park. I have them in my ward where we have shootings and there's been ongoing issues, and I'm trying to get staff to let's address this issue through MLS and the police, and it's taking months and months and months. That's frustrating, not only for me, but for my constituent. So, but as far as me speaking directly to the supervisor in my ward, he's very good, but he can't, the staff can't do it all on their own. Somebody has to supervise and monitor, was this done? Like, why is it 2 months later, it's still there? Like, there has to be a process in place, and that's what's frustrating for me. So I do support, I don't know if there's other motions coming forward, but I do support the report. And in the summer, that's where we get all the complaints as parks. And it's the same thing I also mentioned to staff, like potholes. I know that's not part of the item, but why should we have to report every pothole? There should be staff going around checking to see, driving down all the streets to see there's a pothole and fix them. Why do we have to complain? Why does it count? Why does it have to go through 311? If we were doing that, we wouldn't get the number of complaints, and we would be able to do what we're supposed to be doing. So that's what I find very frustrating. I want to thank city staff. You've always, responded to my issues, but the problem is that we have to reduce the number of complaints, and so we don't get the number of complaints that we get in. That's it for me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, when I was asking about waterfront supervisors, they're managers, district managers, not supervisors. So that was my question. So I guess there was one. You meant a manager, not, okay,
Yeah.
so we're unclear on our language. I just want to say that, yes, I do. Thank you. I have motions that I'd asked for earlier. I just want to see the parks by zone, by classification, because it's up there. Thank you. When I chaired the Parks Committee and we had Ryerson students do a whole classification, what would it be? There's premier parks, there's destination, there's citywide parks, there's neighborhood parks, there's all kinds of different parks. And I think they all have a different level of service. But unfortunately, that's on there, not the, there's my motion. Thank you very much. So that would just be, let's bring these in, what they all are, and then what they were for the audit. And I want to just clarify, when I asked, things could be fixed but not logged, I think that's really important, because a number of us here are saying we have great staff in our city parks, we have great service in our city's parks, and I know that often they're diverted from a main job over to a flood or a nail or a broken something. That happens all the time, particularly in a playground. If something's identified in a playground as broken, that's an immediate. So I'd like to make sure that when we're looking at this, we're really clear on why that person might not have gone there but spent more time there. This is a very difficult area because it's not been looked at, should have been looked at a long time ago. I just want to show you a standard here, if you can put this. These are the city's chairs at the beach. I'm sure they don't meet our service standard. They're quite shocking because you can't sit in them. They're all cobbled together. So this is what people see and why they get upset. This is a waterfront standard. I don't think it's good enough. And you can't sit in any of these chairs. So it's a joke that they're all there. I just also want to say that, and I asked this to the city manager, which is, our parks kind of where it gets so much attention. They got attention during the pandemic. They get attention all the time. They get attention for not being used in the winter. They get attention for the garbage overflow, washrooms not open, encampments, sharps, litter. They are really where they're the front yard of everybody in Toronto, and also the sports fields of everybody in Toronto. So these are where the public sees things and wants to know what's going on and wants to know why washrooms are closing at 8 o'clock instead of 10 o'clock. We have been addressing a number of those things, but they're coming actually being pushed by council. I'm not sure, and we'll see in the budget, and I think we'll see when we get there, if we have taken money out of the Parks Department or if there's gapping there for the people that might be able to be out and doing some of these jobs and responding more closely. Let's check if there have been cuts. We're looking at if we're spending well, but really and truly, are we spending well with good systems? But have we had a lot of cuts? I really think that today, and I don't want to focus on who did what, or they went to fix something so they didn't fill out their paperwork, but what are the management systems that have been missing in parks? And I'm going to say I'm shocked that 311, that I'm just shocked. How could, we've had a service for 15 years called 311, and there has never been a system in our Parks Department to look for patterns in different parks. Appears to me that hasn't happened. That's a management problem. That's not somebody that didn't write in their log. That's a serious management issue. How can you have a system where you have every complaint? I can call them up and look at everything via vacant home tax. I've got all of those. I can call up for bylaw enforcement. I can call up parks. And there's patterns there. What's happening? What's happening in my parks? I can call the city parks up, the whole place. We called up all the dangerous dogs for the city of Toronto. There's data that's not being used. That's not the fault of somebody that left one park to go to another. That's a management matter here. We have not looked at patterns. Management has not looked at patterns. Management did not put GPS on cars when it's cost $200, and thank you, Councillor Myers, for that. Nor do we have hotspots. We know where the hotspots are with encampments, but where are the other hotspots? I know where they are in my ward. Who's looking at that to say, hotspot, we're going to do this? So I don't want to put this all on that person that somehow went somewhere or parked their vehicle. You've seen the vehicles with 4 people in them, and they pick them up, they got a big job. You're not driving 2 trucks, you're driving 1 truck. So I really want us to focus on the management systems that have been missing, on the management systems that need to be put into place, on the gaps in staffing and funding in order to make a difference for really the most important public assets outside of roads that Torontonians really love. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I guess I'll speak last. I'll just check, are there any other members of council wanting to speak to this that haven't gone so far? Seeing none, I will speak brief. I have a motion. So my motion is long, but I'll paraphrase it really quick. The first is, I think this is really important, and an update needs to come back to this committee. I'm asking for 3, and I'm going to challenge the staff to come to the December 9th committee because I think the February one is too late. And I appreciate that that report may be a little thinner, but it will talk about progress to date. And because it's seasonal, we would also hear a little bit in July about what was done regarding the winter season. And then, of course, in about a year's time to talk about what happened over the summer. My next request, and I hope you'll support me on this, is that improvements are made to the daily activity sheet, specifically accountability measures that have to do with the signature of the people that sign the sheet. And also to make sure that all of the crew members that are captured on the sheet understand what's on it. I would also like council to ask that there be an update to the Service Excellence Committee regarding the review of service standards and the development of key performance measures, because I think it's central to that work. And I'll talk about that in a moment. And the last is a simple request. Until we get GPS rolled out, can we put odometer readings on this sheet? And I'll let the management determine what's suitable, but I think having those logged in a way is the next best thing to a GPS system until we have the ultimate technology there. Members, as I read through the report, I just kept thinking about this daily log sheet and how important it is. I mean, this is the single sole accountability measure of a group of people that go out and do work to look after parks. And I know you agree with me because you've talked to me about how important this is to the citizens of the city. But the way I understand it is we've got this group of supervisors, there's 29 of them, and they are tasked with the complicated job of figuring out all of the things that need to be done. And that has to fit in with what the service standards are. And I understand those are very complicated and detailed, but that's people that live and breathe parks understand this. So they task the work, and then the people go out and do the work and they record that they've done it. I'm really worried and very upset that there aren't sheets for every day for every crew to explain where they've been. And that is central. I can't understand how we would possibly be successful if we don't have records to show that people have gone out to do what they were supposed to do. And furthermore, you can manage the supervisors because you know what it is they task the people to do, and you can trace that back to the service standards, the key performance indicators, and the expectations. Now, if people fill this out and they're not where they're supposed to be, or there's an inaccuracy, that's another matter. And that's a matter that has to do with the supervisor and in the dimension of labor relations. An important piece to this, but you have to start with a beginning record. And finally, once all of this is figured out, then we can truly go back and measure. And I think it was Lord Kelvin that said, if you can measure something, you can manage it. Lord Kelvin was a physicist, scientist, and I think he coined that term about measuring things to manage them. And it all starts with the most basic building block, which is this sheet. So I know I may sound old-fashioned about filling something out on a piece of paper, but there is some elegance in that. And I think we have to start with that. And then we'll get to the next layer, which is the automated processes, which makes it easier for everybody, and you can harvest the data. And Councillor Fletcher, I'm thrilled that you share my enthusiasm about the 311 system, the data that comes into it. I wondered if you'd join us on the Service Excellence Committee, because I mean, this is at the heart of many of the things that we talk about, which is how we bring in this information to 311 and we look for patterns.
Patterns, what is it? I have a question about your motion.
And we'll get to that, and we'll figure out where there are issues, and we'll use all of that data to be a better organization and better serve citizens. So I think that's exciting, and I think that's what any organization such as ours should do, but let's start with this, and I insist that we get this looked at with clear eyes. We come back and see it 3 times, because every timesheet should be filled out. It should be filled out accurate, and then we'll tackle the second layer of problems. Thank you. Question of the mover?
I just
Councillor
have a
Fletcher.
question of the mover. I didn't think it was called, is it still called P, F, and R, or is it just P and R? Didn't forestry move? They're being managed in a different location?
I actually would have to go and check, because I haven't found the clear answer on that either.
Yeah, so there's not PF and R. Is it still PF and
Still,
R?
I think it's still PFNR until then.
Oh, today it is, not moved yet. Okay, got it.
It'd be friendly if you
Right.
had to change the name. I'm okay with that, but.
Okay, just checking on your data that you have it correct.
Okay, were there any other questions? Great. Okay, we'll have to go through the voting on the sequence. Mr. Clerk, I'll just ask if you can help me on all of that.
Yeah, take a package.
The clerk advises it's one on each motion. So on the first motion from Councillor Myers, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried. On the second motion from Councillor Myers, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. On the next motion from Councillor Fletcher, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And on the last motion from me, all those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you for everyone for your work on that. Okay, on to the next item.
Are you going? Okay.
Give me a moment to shuffle my papers. AU 6.2, which is reinforcing the importance of openness, fairness, transparency in city procurement, an audit of the procurement and implementation of the PayIt Unsolicited proposal. Madam Auditor General, you have a presentation for this for us. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So this presentation is on our audit of the procurement and implementation of the PayIt Unsolicited proposal. Thank you to my team for their hard work on this audit. Ina Chan. Sure. Okay.
Folks, can I just ask that we clear or step out into the hallway? Just a bit noisy in here. Councillor Crisanti, we are thin on quorum, if you please. Thank you.
Yeah, I thought you were telling me I'm thin.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. Apologies for the interruption. If you need to restart, please go ahead.
Sure, thank you. So this presentation is on our audit of the procurement and implementation of the PayIt Unsolicited proposal. Thank you to my team for their hard work on this audit. Ina Chan, Deputy Auditor General, Matthew Crisafulli, Senior Audit Manager, and Ivy Yang, Audit Analyst. So during this presentation, we'll walk you through our audit objectives and background, the key audit findings, and my closing remarks. In March 2021, when City Council considered the staff report outlining the Swiss Challenge NRFP on the PayIt Unsolicited proposal, Council adopted a motion requesting the Auditor General to consider a review of the Strategic Partnerships Office, also known as the Toronto Office of Partnerships, with a focus on its relationship to public procurement. An audit was subsequently added to my work plan, and the objective of this audit was to review the procurement of the PayIt platform and outcomes achieved to date, to identify lessons learned and opportunities to clarify and/or improve the city's unsolicited quotations for proposals, policy, and processes. The audit aimed to answer the 2 questions you can see on the slide. Number 1, did the procurement with PayIt properly follow the city's policy and process for unsolicited proposals? And number 2, is there feedback? No. Did the implementation of the PayIt platform achieve the intended financial and non-financial outcomes and benefits as reported to City Council? In terms of our scope, please note that we did not examine the quality and advantages of the PayIt platform, but rather focused on whether the city followed the unsolicited proposals policy and process, and whether the city's reported intended outcomes were achieved. In general, we found that PayIt followed the lead of city project staff. For background, there are a few key terms to define before we delve into the audit findings. Unsolicited proposals provide external organizations an opportunity to submit new and innovative ideas to the city for the purpose of obtaining a contract with the city. The city's unsolicited proposal policy and process sets out expectations for how divisions respond to unsolicited proposals in a manner that ensures transparency, fairness, and best value for the city. The policy makes clear that unsolicited quotations or proposals should not be allowed to circumvent the city's procurement process. For a proposal to be considered under this policy, it requires certain preconditions to be met. Otherwise, if the city wishes to proceed, the proposal would be expected to go through the city's regular or normal competitive procurement process. The city's unsolicited proposals policy requires there to be a Swiss challenge. A Swiss challenge is a form of request for proposal process that puts the opportunity to the market, inviting other organizations to also submit proposals. It differs from a traditional competitive procurement as the original entity which submitted the unsolicited proposal is given the opportunity to match or better the best competing proposal which comes out of the Swiss challenge process before the city can proceed with the challenging proposal. Currently, the unsolicited proposal policy does not specifically address a proof of concept. A proof of concept of a product, service, or solution is a demonstration of its feasibility and how the product, service, or solution will fulfill the customer's requirements. On this slide, we've highlighted some of the key dates related to the proposal received from PayIt. The more fulsome chronology is included as Exhibit 1 in our report. So just to note that PayIt's consultant lobbyist registered with the lobbyist registrar in December 2018. Demonstrations and meetings were held with senior city management from February to July 2019. PayIt submitted a proposal to staff in early August 2019, and later in August, PayIt submitted their unsolicited proposal to the Strategic Partnerships Office as directed. Staff continued to work with PayIt and kicked off a proof of concept in November 2019. And in July 2020, staff brought forward a report to City Council recommending a non-competitive contract with PayIt. Upon referral of the item from City Council back to the then City Manager, a Swiss challenge process was conducted starting in September 2020. PayIt was successful and the city entered into an agreement with them with the launch of the My Toronto Pay platform for 3 of the payment areas in February and May 2022. Our key audit findings are summarized into 3 broad categories, which we'll go through in this presentation. So A, the policy and process for unsolicited proposals was not followed even after concerns were raised internally amongst city management. B, expected benefits and outcomes of the PayIt implementation were not fully realized within the original timeframes indicated in the business case included in staff reports to City Council. And C, records supporting key decisions were not properly retained. So in August 2019, the then Chief Procurement Officer and Strategic Partnerships Office advised project staff that PayIt's proposal appeared to be an unsolicited proposal and needed to follow the unsolicited proposal policy and process, which requires a Swiss challenge. In November 2019, staff kicked off the proof of concept with PayIt. As mentioned, the unsolicited proposal policy does not specifically address a proof of concept being conducted. Also, the preconditions for unsolicited proposals include not requiring substantial assistance from the city to complete the proposal. When the proof of concept was brought to the then Chief Procurement Officer's attention, the then Chief Procurement Officer and subsequently the then Director of the Revenue Services Division raised concerns internally about the approach. Concerns raised included needing council authority to deviate from the policy by conducting a proof of concept before a Swiss challenge, whether the proof of concept approach would give PayIt an unfair advantage, and whether PayIt's proposal should even be considered under the unsolicited proposal policy given the preconditions did not appear to be clearly met. It does not appear that these concerns raised were fully addressed prior to staff continuing to move forward with the proof of concept with PayIt. Overall, we found that the city's unsolicited proposal policy and process were not followed. First of all, the policy states that the Strategic Partnerships Office is to be the sole point of contact. This is important to ensure that the proponent and staff do not contravene the city's policy, thereby invalidating the unsolicited offer. City staff did not adhere to the policy as they communicated and collaborated directly with PayIt on an ongoing basis prior to and subsequent to the submission of the unsolicited proposal and prior to the Swiss Challenge process. The first stage of the unsolicited proposal process includes ensuring certain preconditions are met as shown on the slide. In this case, for the first one, the proposed services resembled potential services that the Revenue Services Division and at a corporate-wide level, the Technology Services Division were already considering, which means the PayIt proposal may resemble a potential upcoming competitive procurement. For the second one, approximately 20 Technology Services Division staff working approximately 1,200 hours provided support for the proof of concept, and city information and test data were provided to PayIt. In addition, the extent of interaction between the city and PayIt prior to the Swiss Challenge was, in our view, quite substantial. And for the last one, there was a common view among staff that there were alternative payment systems available. Given the preconditions were not clearly met, in our view, a normal competitive procurement process would have been more appropriate. And finally, the unsolicited proposals policy requires that a Swiss Challenge be conducted. Instead, staff initially recommended a sole source in the staff report to City Council. The reasons given by the then senior city management was that it needed to modernize government, accelerate the digital strategy, and provide better digital service delivery for the city as a whole because it was really fragmented. COVID was the catalyst that made accelerating delivery even more important, where the city needed a solution that could be deployed within months, not years. I'll now pass it over to Ina Chan, Deputy Auditor General, to further discuss our key audit findings.
Thank you, Auditor General. When City Council received the staff report recommending a non-competitive contract be awarded to PayIt, they referred the item back to the then city manager for further consideration. The city subsequently proceeded with a Swiss Challenge, and in general, we found that it was conducted according to the city's procedure for conducting a Swiss Challenge request for a proposal. A fairness monitor was engaged by the city and provided the opinion that they were satisfied that the city had followed the procedures. It should be noted that the fairness monitor only looked at the Swiss Challenge process itself and not the events leading up to the initiation of the Swiss Challenge. For the Swiss Challenge, there was only one proponent other than PayIt who was evaluated, and that proponent did not meet the minimum scoring requirements for Stage 2B to move forward. In our report, we've made a few key observations for strengthening the city's procedures for future Swiss Challenge processes. First, we highlighted while the city is not obligated to do so under the city's policy, it is beneficial, especially for goods and services in niche markets, for divisions to provide the Purchasing and Materials Management Division with a list of known vendors in the market to extend invitations to potential competitors. We've also highlighted that providing additional detail on the weighting of evaluation scoring criteria could help interested vendors to better understand how proposals will be evaluated and assessed and clarify what specific factors are important to the city. We've made recommendations in our report to improve the city's unsolicited proposal policy and process by clarifying roles and responsibilities, including the role of the Strategic Partnerships Office, Purchasing and Materials Management Division, and Client Divisions, requiring that the Chief Procurement Officer is advised immediately of any unsolicited proposals where the city staff have expressed interest in moving forward and kept informed of all significant actions and decisions with respect to such unsolicited proposals, and providing training for all division heads and applicable staff to increase awareness on what to do should a potential supplier bring an opportunity to the city outside the normal procurement process. We've also made recommendations to review and approve the city's unsolicited proposal policy and how it is applied, including establishing additional criteria on the nature or type of proposal, project size and scope, and delivery model that can be considered through the unsolicited proposals process versus the traditional competitive procurement process. Expanding the guidance and flexibility to increase competition. Other jurisdictions include more options than a Swiss challenge process. For example, the province's guidelines indicate a normal competitive procurement process is the default and preferred method of procurement, and clarifying key terms in the unsolicited proposal policy, including preconditions. The next section of our key audit findings address the outcomes and benefit realization. To July 2024, an estimated $8.4 million in total fees has been paid to PayIt by the city or its customers. This amount is comprised of about $2.6 million in transaction fees paid by the city and $5.8 million in processing fees paid by the city and the platform users. While a number of accomplishments have been made to implement PayIt as an option for electronic billing and payment for property taxes, utilities, and parking tickets, outcomes and benefits have fallen short of expectations. We'll discuss a few key areas in the next few slides. The intent of My Toronto Pay was to transform how the public interacts with the city and to drive a consistent citywide digital customer service experience. The business case included in staff reports to City Council indicate that 12 city services were planned for integration into the PayIt platform before the end of year 3 of the agreement. Now, more than 3 years later, the customer experience remains fragmented. This is in part due to the lack of buy-in from other divisions and services from the beginning. Management advised that there was hesitation to further integrate PayIt beyond the Revenue Services Division because of concerns raised by City Council at the time the contract award was approved. In particular, there were concerns that further integration reduced the flexibility to decouple from PayIt and increase the risk of being locked in with one vendor. Staff also reported in their business case to City Council that the city would realize an $11 million return on investment over the 5-year term of the contract. However, there were only limited savings, operational efficiencies, and reduced compliance costs achieved because the rollout did not extend beyond the 3 service areas of property taxes, utilities, and parking tickets, and most pre-existing payment processes and systems, including in-person counters and staff, remain in place. The adoption rate for these 3 areas were also lower than forecasted. While the city's model forecasted a 10% adoption rate for property taxes and utilities, as of July 2024, adoption rates have been in the range of 5 to 7%. The city's model also forecasted a 100% adoption rate for parking violations. However, the current adoption rate is approximately 30%. Our report includes recommendations to ensure City Council is presented with business cases for citywide projects that present outcomes that can realistically be achieved within the timeframes desired, as well as potential risks, drawbacks, and disadvantages, and that any business case that involves a citywide project implementation has a project charter, implementation plan, and timeline agreed to by all relevant city divisions and stakeholders. We've also recommended that the CFO report additional financial information about the current PayIt contract, including the annual amounts PayIt is receiving from the city and its customers compared to what the city would have paid if the city processed those transactions directly, and the actual return on investment achieved. Our audit also extends the lessons learned to not just PayIt, but more broadly to when buy-in is required across divisions on a large IT project. We have recommended that a governance framework and methodology be developed and implemented to improve ownership and accountability of the planning, procurement, contracting, and delivery of the citywide technology projects for citywide projects, as well as projects that span across multiple divisions. With regard to monitoring contract compliance and performance, management advised that there were 3 key areas to be monitored: financial reports that support reconciliation of payment and reporting, technical performance and compliance with agreed upon standards, including security and privacy metrics, and operational performance, including adoption and customer satisfaction and efficiency. When we asked about who is responsible for monitoring PayIt service levels, performance and contract compliance, not all divisions were clear on which areas they were responsible for monitoring. We've recommended that roles and responsibilities are clarified and a protocol be established for monitoring PayIt's performance and for receiving and reviewing reports, underlying source data, and other deliverables. Management advised that complaints and support calls that the city receives directly about property taxes, utilities, and parking tickets are received through the 311 or the Revenue Services Division support lines. Staff informed us that they were not keeping track of complaints received, including those related to PayIt, unless the complaint was escalated. If the complaint was escalated, a ticket was generated. However, at the time of our audit, there was no log to track escalated complaints, and staff were not able to easily identify and analyze the ticket data to identify complaints or calls specifically related to My Toronto Pay. We've made recommendations for all complaints and support calls received related to the PayIt platform to be logged in a way that data can be leveraged to identify and address trends and questions, concerns, or complaints received and to improve service delivery. The last section of our audit identifies that records supporting key decisions were not properly retained. At the time of our audit, most key senior city management and staff involved in key decisions related to the PayIt unsolicited proposal, proof of concept, and implementation plan were no longer working for the city. Based on interviews with current staff, many of the internal discussions on key concerns or decisions with respect to the procurement process were made during internal meetings. However, when we asked staff to provide minutes for these key meetings or other records related to key decisions and discussions, staff were generally unable to provide such records for us to review. Consequently, it was difficult to confirm compliance with the unsolicited proposal policy and process and how questions and concerns were addressed and resolved. It's incumbent on management and staff to ensure records are retained to support key decisions. We have made recommendations to improve record retention for unsolicited proposals by enforcing compliance with the policy and to ensure management and staff maintain and retain minutes of meetings and conversations where significant discussions are held and decisions are made in relation to procurement and contracts. I'll now turn it back over to the Auditor General for her closing remarks.
Thank you, Ina. So the 9 recommendations in our audit report are aimed at strengthening the oversight and the policy and process for receiving, reviewing, and responding to unsolicited proposals. The recommendations will also help to ensure City Council receives transparent and balanced information to support decision-making. As mentioned, we've also applied the lessons learned more broadly. Our recommendations include developing and implementing a governance framework and methodology for large citywide technology projects. This audit report reinforces the importance of management's leadership and commitment to ensuring openness, fairness, and transparency in city procurement. There is a new city manager and senior leadership team, as you know, and they have agreed with all of our recommendations, and I believe that they are taking this report very seriously. And they have committed to setting the right tone for the city, demonstrating their commitment for improving openness, fairness, and transparency in city procurement and in their reporting to City Council. Thank you to management and staff for their assistance with this audit. That concludes our presentation, and I understand that management has a short presentation on their management response.
Thank you, Madam Auditor. If we just be patient for a moment for the equipment changeover.
Thank you, Chair, and I know in the interest of time, we want to get to the questions and comments, and I assume what will be some motions coming out of this, but I did just want to take a few minutes to provide a management response to the report from the Auditor General, and first thank her and her team for the work that we've seen here today. This was a disconcerting report to read, although I was not aware of the background on PayIt prior to joining the City of Toronto. I'd heard a little bit about its implementation, but reading the audit was very concerning. As I reflected before this morning, you know, three things jumped out at me. There's lots, but three big things jumped out at me. I get very disheartened when I hear that the senior leadership of this organization is failing to follow processes that have been clearly set out. While all members of the Toronto Public Service must follow the processes and procedures in place, it is leadership that sets the tone. I'm a firm believer in the old saying that what we permit, we promote, and we simply cannot be promoting that this is the way that we do business. Worse, when leadership does need to make decisions that are outside of process, and that does happen from time to time, we need to document why that happens, so it is very clear, not only to ourselves, but to others and those that follow us, as to why decisions were taking place. And as the auditor has pointed out, much of that was done verbally, much of that was done in small meetings, and very little of it can be verified in any significant way. And we're in a situation now where that would have been very helpful. In less than 2 years, we had a nearly 100% turnover of our senior leadership team, and we don't have access to those decision-making documents. Secondly, it's very concerning to see that decisions did not take into account what was a cavalcade of feedback that something needed to change in the process. To be clear, it's weak rationale to say that we wanted to accelerate our work. I would think we want to accelerate all our work around here. But we don't do that at the expense of good process and good approaches to protecting public investment. We need to listen to the voices of dissension, and I can tell you decisions are not always easy. On every major decision we take around here, there will be voices that say perhaps we should look at something a bit differently. But in this case, several key people along the way on several key occasions, not once, but on multiple occasions, suggested that things needed to change. And it does not appear from the results of the Auditor General work that that was heeded. And finally, to the members of council who are seated here today and to all of council in general, we need to be much clearer about what it is that you can expect from the work that we're doing, what those key benefits are, but also what the conditions for success really mean. It's great to say on one hand, this will change the world. It's another to say, but that requires X, Y, and Z to happen in order for that to be achieved. We need to do a stronger job in our reporting of making sure that you are aware of what we hope are those aspirational benefits and the actual tangible benefits that we will see in the short, medium, and long terms. But we need to be clear with you about what it will take to fully recognize and realize what we have in our reports. Just to focus on a few areas of change that will be coming as a result of this report. I focus first on policy, process, and training because to me this was a pretty simple thing that could have been stopped right in its tracks if these things had been adhered to more strongly. We are looking at our unsolicited quotations and proposals policy. We will implement changes in very short order so that the improvements and the opportunities for us to have a stronger process around what should be a very rare occurrence in this organization, that it can be strengthened and be what it needs to be. We will ensure that there is proper training and clarity around how and when this process should be used. It is okay on occasion to recognize and take on unsolicited proposals. It is okay sometimes to single source or sole source work in this organization. It does need to be a tiny minority of our work, and we need to understand how to properly do that for transparency. As some of you may know, delegation of financial authority and other authorities does flow through myself as the city manager, and I issue letters as new people join the senior ranks of the public service, the division heads or deputy city managers, CFO and the like. I will be reissuing all of those letters within the next month. Those letters will include a section around unsolicited proposals. They will indicate the key expectations and the work that needs to happen So this will not happen as new people join the organization. This will be a reissuing of the letters to those who are currently part of the senior leadership of the Toronto Public Service and anyone who joins us in those ranks going forward. And finally, any non-compliance of this, whether it's acknowledged through the Strategic Partnerships Office, whether it's acknowledged through procurement or any other part of the organization, if there is a sense that non-compliance is afoot, it needs to be escalated to myself or the individual who has the title of city manager. These are important matters that don't happen often, and when there is non-compliance, I need to be informed. We will take on the words and the advice of the Auditor General around governance of these types of projects moving forward. I'm very pleased with the new approach of the work that's happening in our information technology area, in conjunction also with our CISO and the work that we're doing on cybersecurity. We are now working more as a team to implement key technology solutions. Technology is our friend. It is what will make us more effective and efficient, and it is what our residents and businesses and visitors demand from our city. But there are better ways to do it. There are better ways to be clear about the business cases, and there are better ways to articulate to you why we're doing it, not just that technology makes us better. And finally, we do need to, overall, in this organization, strengthen daily and continue to improve our contract management. And I think the Auditor General has pointed this out again, that not only is it important to ensure that we follow process to get to procurement and get to the implementation of new projects within the City of Toronto, but it is equally important that we understand how that contract is being managed, particularly when it has to come to do with things like technology and how people interact with the City of Toronto. That includes performance monitoring. It includes making sure we understand specific complaints, not just in general areas about the work, but actually about the specifics of what it is we've implemented. And we will continue to do that on an ongoing basis. So in closing, thanks to this Audit Committee for recognizing this report and having its forthcoming discussions and questions and dialogue about it. Thanks to the Auditor General and her staff for the work that occurred here. And we will continue to get better in dealing with these things in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Councillor Perks, I have you down first for questions.
Thank you very much. I want to ask a couple questions about the scope of the investigation. In the timeline, I see you make reference to the second council meeting where the item was considered. Did you look at the period of the first council meeting and prior to that?
Through the chair, if by the first council meeting, do you mean the July 2020?
July 2020, yes.
Yes.
So you reviewed that, the work the staff were doing prior to that at that meeting? Okay,
yes.
Good. Did you review the question of whether the Toronto Public Service was giving accurate information to council during this period? Was that part of your work?
So through the chair, we did review the staff reports to City Council, and so that would include the accuracy in terms of the PayIt.
Did you review the questions and answers at the executive committee meeting and meetings and council meetings?
Through the chair, we watched the recording of the
Okay.
meeting.
So for example, in responses to questions from myself and Councillor Layton at the July 2020 meeting, we were told that the partnership office had been involved. From my reading of your report, they weren't involved at that point, but got involved later. Is that correct?
So through the chair, they were initially connected, but they didn't take as assertive as a role as, in our view, they should have throughout the process.
Could you explain what that means?
Did you want to clarify that?
So through the chair, for unsolicited proposals under the policy, the Strategic Partnerships Office is supposed to be the sole point of contact. There were demonstrations that happened to senior city management between February and July 2019. A proposal was received directly by staff, not by the Strategic Partnerships Office. It was only when it was brought to the attention of the then Chief Procurement Officer that they were referred to have the unsolicited proposal sent to Strategic Partnerships Office. So in August 2019, at the end of August, the Strategic Partnerships Office received the unsolicited proposal.
But then did not take responsibility away from the rest of the public service for managing that process. Is that what I'm supposed to understand?
So they were not the sole point of contact after that, after they received it as well.
All right, I understand that better. Here I'm a little bit lost. Did you review PayIt's contact with senior public officials and elected officials during the period that you reviewed?
So through the chair, my mandate does not include members of council.
Okay.
So we focused on city management.
So that work hasn't been done. Are members of the public service, when they're approached, they have some obligations under the lobbyist registry. Did you have conversations with the lobbyist registrar about whether they followed the rules there?
So as outlined in our report, our scope doesn't include looking at the compliance with the lobbying, but we did note that there was a consultant lobbyist that did register in December 2018, and the meetings happened after. And I believe the lobbyist registrar is present today, if you have any questions.
Before I go there, is it within your mandate or responsibilities that if you find something during the course of one of your investigations that should be referred to another accountability officer? Is that within your authority?
Yes, we do sometimes provide referrals to the other accountability officers.
Have you referred this
across
item to
something.
either the lobbyist registrar or the integrity commissioner?
And so we do have an MOU between the accountability officers, so I'm not able to speak to that, but we do meet regularly with each other and coordinate.
But is there a formal mechanism where you say, this has come up, we note there may be something here that's a lobbying or integrity issue, and I'm formally making you aware of that? That process exists?
I would normally send an email to one of the other accountability officers under the MOU.
Okay, thank you.
They would send it to me.
Did she send it?
In developing your recommendations, I know that a number of members of council expressed concerns and moved motions and made suggestions for how to tighten this process up. I had a couple of them. Did you review any of those while you were developing your recommendations?
Last question.
Okay.
Yes, through the chair, yes, we have.
Okay, I'm going to maybe need a second round.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up a little bit on that question about the lobbying. I didn't really understand your answer when you were asked, did you refer this, or did the lobbyist registrar become involved with the lobbying that went on between December 18, August 19, and then all the way up to 2020?
So through the chair, I'm unable to say whether I referred something or not under the MOU.
I'm sorry, you have an MOU with the other integrity, or the other accountability
Other
officers
accountability
that
officers.
says you can't tell us if you've referred something.
I have a duty of confidentiality, so
So I'll just check with the city solicitor about that. Could I hear a comment about that MOU and the confidentiality of that, please?
I can't comment specifically on the MOU, but I can say that the Auditor General and everyone acting under her instructions is bound by a duty of confidentiality under the legislation. The exception to that is disclosures required for the administration of that part, which encompasses the report before you.
Thank you. So I guess, am I able to ask the lobbyist registrar about the PayIt and their activities there?
The question there might be whether that's in order given the scope of the Auditor General's role, which aligns with the mandate of this committee, which is value for,
Value
making
for money.
recommendations to council and the audit committee
Okay.
with respect to value for money and stewardship over public funds.
Thank you. Can you please tell me the name of the consultant lobbyist that was here then?
Am I able to say it? Yes, it was Jonathan Telch, under the name, I think it was Maple Leaf Consulting.
So you've talked about a consultant lobbyist, but I can't ask about the lobbyist registry and how many times they're in there. Is that correct? I'm just going to ask the city solicitor.
I believe that's public information.
That's public information.
Yes.
So I'd like the lobbyist register to come up, please, because I can't find it online. And meanwhile, while I'm here, I just want to be clear on your background list on page 3 or slide 5, that the project team that PayIt was using city data in order to create their proof of concept. Is that normal to have that direct relationship with city staff, or would that have to have gone through the partnership office?
So through the chair, we've pointed out in our findings that a proof of concept is not specifically considered under the unsolicited proposal policy, but that we would view that as substantial assistance provided by city staff.
So that should all be under the lobbyist registry then, all of that. Every contact, I would think, maybe I'll ask the city solicitor, every contact there, unless there was a written direction, and I'm not sure about that, should be listed under the lobbyist registry.
That might be a better question for the lobbyist registrar in terms of the level of specificity required.
So a proof of concept that was being worked on by the city project team, and I gather PayIt or their consultant, was it PayIt directly or their consultant, their lobbyist? Did PayIt ever directly meet with city staff?
Through the chair, PayIt personnel did meet with city staff.
So PayIt personnel meet with city staff. We see there was a consultant that came in the door first. Would that PayIt staff meeting with staff be subject to the lobbyist registry? I'll ask the lobbyist registrar.
It depends. So if it was a meeting in the context of the unsolicited proposals process, it wouldn't constitute lobbying because it would be subject to an exemption in the lobbying bylaw. So 145G, which is the same exception that is used for the regular procurement process. So within the 4 squares of a procurement process, communications that are allowed within that policy or within that document do not constitute lobbying. So there may not be a record of that because it was within the bounds of the policy.
And so let me get this clear now. Staff can meet with folks that want to put in which happened here. Staff met, city staff, not partnerships office, met with staff from PayIt about an unsolicited proposal. A council had not yet said an unsolicited proposal was ideal, correct?
Last question.
It turns on when it's an unsolicited proposal. So if you're talking about in terms of that registration that they have currently, which is again Maple Leaf Strategies, the consultant lobbyist, if there were communications prior to it being determined it was an unsolicited proposal, those should be on the registry. Now, the difficulty here is actually the position previously of the office, and I think this was articulated in a 2013 report to council, is that if something is an unsolicited proposal, the communications should not occur with any members of staff. It should automatically go to top, and then top, if top determines that it's necessary for this group to speak to other people, in the context of that process, they're free to do so and it wouldn't be registered.
Correct. So I just have, my last question is about these dates, and then I'll finish on this, if you don't mind.
Oh, you don't need a second round.
I will, but these are connected directly to that answer.
Finish this one off.
Which is on the chart, December 18 to July 2019, there were meetings and demonstrations with senior city management. There was no unsolicited proposal before that time. Would those not all be logged on the lobbyist registry, and can you provide those to this committee?
They are not logged on a registration. Again, the registration that is public is the registration for Maple Leaf Consulting. So the communications that you're referencing, which I guess it is public knowledge as well, that it's in the report of the Auditor General, they are not found in the lobbyist registry.
I'm going to have to come back to that because I don't understand that answer. Thank you.
So other members of council asking questions? Any questions of this particular report?
Yeah, I don't think I will be too long. So thank you for your presentation. What's our current, has our sole source policy changed since I was here last? What's the current policy look like on the sole sourcing?
So through the chair, I'm not sure if it's changed, but there are certain criteria that need to be met to do a sole source procurement, such as there not being any other available competitors and offering those goods or services, or a procurement has been tried and failed, or it's a prototype that's being developed for research. So there's a number of criteria that are in the bylaw for when a sole source can be done. There's also the ability to go to city council to ask for it to be authorized, which is what occurred in this situation.
So originally, PayIt was not in response to a request for proposal, correct? If that was...
Through the chair, that's correct. So PayIt approached the city.
PayIt approached the city. And through the process of approaching the city, right? Mm-hmm. Then there's our process internally, what happened. I'm just trying to unpack it in simple terms. So PayIt approached the city, mm-hmm. and then suddenly there's a payment option on the books. Well, not suddenly, maybe it took a couple of days. So what happened there? I just really want to simplify. Oh. Okay. So did you hear my question?
Yeah, so you asked what happened after PayIt approached the city?
Yes, yeah, well, the process there.
Right.
So PayIt approached the city,
Yeah.
unsolicited, and then what?
And so their consultant lobbyist registered with the lobbyist registry, and then meetings were held with senior city management for a number of months, and then PayIt provided a proposal to staff, and then there were concerns raised by the then Chief Procurement Officer, and they were directed to the Strategic Partnerships Office and directed to submit an unsolicited proposal, which they then later did in August 2019.
Okay, I missed something here. So somewhere along the lines, though, they were included as a payment option and selected. It never went out for an open bid at that point. It went out for an open bid later, about 4 or 5, recently, right?
So through the chair, it never went out for...
And still hasn't gone out.
It was first recommended by staff that it be a sole source, and then city council referred it back to the then city manager, and then a Swiss challenge NRFP was done. And PayIt was a successful one from that Swiss challenge.
Through the Swiss challenge.
Through the Swiss
But there was
challenge.
another proposal alongside theirs as well.
There was one other proponent who didn't pass the stage 2B evaluation. So PayIt was the only successful one that passed all stages of the evaluation.
And again, why wasn't this done on the outset from the very start? I guess that's what we're trying to determine.
Yeah, that's really the subject of this audit report, and we comment on the lack of record retention, which makes it very challenging.
And so I see this as it's another payment option. It's, we need to provide, as many options as possible to our taxpayers. But there's certain areas of this system that are not meeting return on investment forecasts. From, and I understand that property taxes, utilities, parking tickets, well below the expectation. Is that the case?
Yes, so through the chair, the main reason in terms of the ROI not reaching the 11 million is because it was based on rolling it out to all 12 services, and it was only done for 3 services. So that was a big portion of the ROI that was estimated. And then also all the other payment options remain, such as the in-counter service staff.
Yeah, and we hope they continue to remain. That's the best option for seniors for the most. They love to go in person. So, okay, Mr. Chair, I think I'm good for now, judging that we're running out of time too. So I'm okay. Thank you.
So I just want to do a check. We are almost out of time in the session. My colleagues have indicated they had some questions for the accountability officers. Is that something that can be handled prior to break if we go to second round? Or do we have to ask them to come back after lunch? Do we want to try that to finish a round of questions? Okay, Councillor Fletcher. Do we have members that want questions and we can do them in a round after lunch?
Can I just ask a couple, I haven't
Okay,
asked questions.
so we'll come back. So we'll, one more member, that's what we've got time for, and then we'll break on time. Thank you.
Yeah,
Councillor Nunziata.
yeah, I don't need my full 5 minutes. But the city manager, when he came and spoke, he said he was very disturbed. It was very disturbing, the report. I agree with you 100%, very disturbing. But I'm not sure who I could ask this question to, but on page 13, where it says divisions did not have a clear understanding of who was responsible for monitoring performance. So nobody had any understanding? You mean the staff didn't know at all what to do to monitor performance? Like,
So through the chair, there
I
were
mean,
the 3...
how confusing can that be?
So through the chair, there wasn't one owner in terms of the whole PayIt contract in terms of monitoring, and there's the 3 areas. So I believe 2 of the areas, there was clarity by the divisions in terms of who needed to monitor and not for the one other area.
And also, they never kept minutes. Nobody kept any minutes on these meetings?
Through the chair, no, there was, that's why we've got that recommendation there. There is a real lack of minutes of the meetings.
And they've never kept minutes?
So through the chair, there were minutes for certain meetings, regular meetings, but the ones where key decisions and discussions were held, those are the ones where internal discussions on how to proceed, those are the ones where meeting minutes were not available for our review.
And do we know for the meetings where there were no minutes taken, who was at these meetings? Do we know who was there?
It was former senior city management.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. So we'll break for
Can I
lunch.
just be clear? I'd like to see some typical score sheets when we come back from procurement.
Okay.
Here as examples, please.
So we'll be back 1:30. Thanks,
So
everyone.
I'm advising now, so we're not scrambling later. Thank you.
The Audit Committee. Clerk advises that we have quorum and we will resume the meeting where we left off. We are on item AU, excuse me, Mr. Clerk, 6.2, and we are currently in questions of staff, and we are going into a second round. The first set of questions is Councillor Perks.
Thank you. My first couple of questions are to the Integrity Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Integrity Commissioner. I'm just trying to make sure that the various dimensions that have to be understood here are understood. If a member of council is approached by somebody who says, I want to sell the city some stuff, do we have obligations under the Code of Conduct for how we behave there?
It's dependent on a number of different factors. It depends what the stuff is.
Turn your microphone on?
It's on.
It's on? Okay, it's my hearing then.
It depends what the stuff is. I think the first question that a member of council needs to ask when they're talking to someone who says, I want to sell the city things, the question in that member's of council, that member's mind should be, should this person be a registered lobbyist for this discussion? Because the obligation, the primary obligation for a member of council is to make sure that they are talking to a registered lobbyist. So then it gets back to the question of who needs to register for what.
Right. But we should also be familiar about the constraints on our role in purchasing. So, you know, one example, which isn't relevant today, but I can think of this. If it's during a blackout, during a bidding period, we should just say no meeting, right?
And again, it depends what the details of the city policy are, because there are some policies where there is an expectation that members of council will be consulted about things.
Right.
And there's not a specific provision in the Code of Conduct for members of council governing the procurement process. What it basically, the closest in terms of what you're thinking of as an example is members of council are supposed to comply with city policies unless they otherwise receive an exemption from council.
Right. So if a city councilor is aware, for example, or ought to be aware, that there is a particular set of city rules for unsolicited proposals, they should be mindful of that when a lobbyist approaches them.
And in that, they should be mindful of it, and for advice about how those rules work, they would turn to the lobbyist registrar.
To the lobbyist registrar. Thank you. To the lobbyist registrar. Do you have any records of any member of council in the period from when PayIt showed up, so late 2018 until the council decision, approaching you for advice on how they should be handling lobbyists?
No, any councillors? That's your question, whether they approached? No.
Okay, thank you. To the city manager, in my first round of questioning, I was curious about there being some instances where members of council was given inaccurate advice and answers during council sessions. That, to me, would seem to be a contravention of the public service bylaw. Who's responsible for making sure that members of city staff follow the requirements of the public service bylaw?
So through the chair, ultimately, that would be myself as the city manager. However, we do have a structure in place that has a number of ethics executives. So these are the next level of supervision that people can go to. So we have a shared responsibility, but in terms of the ultimate accountability, it is mine.
Okay. I don't know who answers this then, Is there any record of any member of council approaching an any member of the public service approaching an ethics executive or the city manager to get clarity on their roles and responsibilities during this whole procurement?
So through the chair, not that we're aware of in any of the records, we can say I can't answer that because in most cases, the ethics executives are individuals who are not with the organization any further. I guess the only other one would be, no, I don't know is the short answer.
One final question, if I could, just,
Yes.
yeah. There were a number of individuals identified in this report or by job title, a number of people who's in their jobs did not do their jobs properly. They didn't follow the proper procurement process. They didn't take advice of the purchasing officer. Are any of those individuals whose failure is identified in this report currently employed or in any kind of relationship with the City of Toronto for which they receive remuneration?
So through the chair, not currently, no.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Parks. Are there further questions in the second round? Before we begin, Councillor Fletcher, I just want to check regarding the accountability officers that are visiting us. Are they finished with questions? Do we know? Okay. Please proceed.
Thank you. I had asked to see some score sheets. I hope those were brought here today. Did somebody bring those? Yes? Who's got those?
Procurement officer, I believe, has something demonstratable.
Correct. Through the chair. I have pulled a couple examples. I was questioning if you wanted to have hard copies or emails or...
I'd like some on the record here as a hard copy for this meeting. So if that's put in by staff, that will show up on the record, I believe. Clerk?
The clerk advises it can be a submission.
Thank you. So having, there were 12 companies who had capacity but weren't invited. I read that in the Auditor General's report. I just want to confirm that that's what I read.
So through the chair, just to clarify, there were 12 other competitors noted, and 2 of the 12 were notified of the Swiss challenge.
Sorry, tell me that again. There were 12?
12 competitors identified, and 2 of the 12 were notified of the Swiss challenge. And there were, I think, some other competitors through Ariba that would have also received notification.
So if there were that many and it was a sole source, why were the other 10 not notified? Is that a misstep?
That's a question for management.
Is that irregular?
So we noted in our report that through the chair that it's not required under the city's policy to notify them, but that we think that it would be something that would be beneficial.
In the case of a Swiss challenge, would that not be the right thing to do?
In our view, we think that it would be a good thing to do.
So was that irregular that that wasn't done? I guess I'll ask procurement.
Through the chair, I would not say that was irregular, just for clarification also. We are uncertain if they were notified. Again, there was an email that was sent out. We just don't have a record of the original email to whom it was sent out. It was a blind carbon copy. So we would not see that. That's why we can't confirm. It's also, what we would call that would be courtesy notifications. So that's not actually part of the regular process. So I would not consider that irregular.
For a Swiss challenge, and given the way this had worked already, that probably we can discuss whether that's regular or irregular. But 100 points with no delineation, is that how you do business with every score sheet?
Through the chair, I would say every procurement is slightly different. I would say this was a different kind of procurement, but I can't.
Weighted score sheet is something that you don't always do.
No, we do. It's the distribution of the points.
Pardon me?
It's the distribution of the points.
Distribution of the points on a score sheet out of 100. You may have them broken down. So was that irregular to have a score sheet with 100 blanket points and nobody knew what the weighting was, or the other competitor did not know?
I would not say it's irregular. since I've seen all kinds. I will say that this is how it was planned out. I can't speak to why it was planned out that way.
So who planned that out?
That would have been part of the procurement team, including the client division.
The client division was who?
I believe in this case it was TSD at the time.
Sorry, you'll have to tell me not accurate.
Oh, sorry, technology services.
Technology services, so under the CISO then? Because I'm reading here, the CFO, the DCM, and the CISO, 3 top-level positions that were involved in this procurement. Is that correct? Would have been the CISO that put that 100 points together, or your office?
So this would have been under the Chief Technology Officer at the time.
The CTO?
Correct.
At the time, they would have had a weighting that was not weighted. It was weighted at 100 points for 7 different categories. Is that typical for 7 categories, to have 0 weighting for 100 points?
It is typical to see summary points in an RFP and not have the complete breakdown underneath.
A summary might be 30, 50, 20, without all broken out, correct?
Yes.
So 100 is not, it's very hard to get to this, not typical, with no weighting of any kind for that. And that was why the other competitor didn't make it, because they didn't know that the last part, number 7, was worth 72 points. Is that typical, to have one piece worth 72 and nobody knows?
Again, I can't speak to the decision-making here. What I can say is it's not, I've not seen it before myself.
Okay, you've not seen that, and everything was sent out through the CTO. So in other words, procurement didn't have anything to do with this. All the decisions were made by the division. Am I right?
I would not say that. I would say that we were in assistance with them.
Pardon?
We worked with technology services.
And allowed the 100 to go out in that form?
Correct.
Allowed the 100 points unweighted to go out in a sole source Swiss challenge situation, correct? Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Okay, I'm going to take a moment to ask some myself. Madam Auditor General, the report infers, and I'm struggling to find the exact wording in front of me, that there's a financial concern regarding the cost of this service versus the cost to perform the work under the old system. And I wondered if you could comment to the committee about that, the financial dimension of this audit.
So through the chair, we did include a case study in our report. Is that what you're referring to in terms of the credit card fees, or return on investment?
If I can find it quick enough, I think there's a line that basically says, and I'm highly paraphrasing, that if you compared the costs to the original way of processing credit card payments, the cost under this contract has resulted in a higher cost to the taxpayer. And I wondered if you could just expand on that a little bit.
Through the chair, our report includes a case study on parking tickets where we compared the cost of processing credit card transactions through the city if it was processed through the city's portal, because prior to the implementation of PayIt, there was already the capability to process credit card transactions for parking tickets through the city's portal, and we compared that to the cost of processing credit card transactions through the PayIt platform. So on table 4 on page 49, it actually does a comparison of the costs. The big difference, the processing fees are quite close. Those are the processing fees for the credit cards. The additional cost is in the transaction fee that is charged on processing credit card transactions through the PayIt platform.
So if I recall, the business model of this service is one that is beyond just the payment of credit cards, but that is to manage a profile of a citizen so that there's a record and information about the payment processing. And of course, the vendor charges a percentage fee for that service. Your comparison was for against the status quo at City of Toronto, where there's a number of areas that are processing credit card fees. That's the basis of the analysis. And I think your finding was the vendor's system ended up with a higher cost than the baseline.
Yeah, and that's straight dollars. So we did have a note on page 49 as well to say that when the vendor is processing the transactions, they're also taking care of things like customer service, their technology costs, their reporting, their refund processing, et cetera. That's also as part of their cost.
So
That they're charging
was it an equal footing comparison on that? Like, did the additional costs required of the city to provide all of the round 360 degrees of services around these payments, the IT systems, the security, all of those bits and pieces, did that all go into that equation? Do we know?
It's a straight dollars analysis, so the city in its own processing would probably have its own cost beyond just the straight dollars of the credit card processing fee.
And what was the dollar difference that you identified?
For the period from January 2022 to July 2024, it's $1.4 million.
Okay. Back to just a different line of questions. One of the findings in your report was that there was missing documentation. Can you suggest a best practice around what should be retained, where it's retained, how it's retained? And to be fair, if that's a better question for the public service, I'm quite happy to pass it over, but I can start with the audit team.
Through the chair, we found that key decisions that were made in internal meetings, discussions that were had internally, those were not always minuted. We would expect to see those in the procurement file or the contract file, depending on the timing of those meetings.
And that's what I'm getting at. There's a procurement file, not an email archive or something else. There's a file that tracks along with the project of a procurement normally. Is that how we do things, Chief Procurement Officer? We create a file, a docket. Okay. And maybe I'll ask the Chief Procurement Officer, do we have some rules around complete files?
Through the chair, through yourself, yes, we do have rules. We have procedures regarding RFPs, RFQs, and other solicitation types. Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Those were all my questions. Any other members wishing to ask questions? Councillor Fletcher? Okay. Did you want to speak?
Yeah, I'm going to speak, but in reviewing I'm just going to ask the Auditor General one more thing, because you did say you reviewed all of the YouTube meetings, which was the executive and then council. And when particularly Councillor Carroll was trying to get an answer, it was very difficult to get an answer. Would you agree it was hard for councillors to get answers about the PayIt contract or the costs of PayIt or the transaction fees that were associated with PayIt or anything else during those meetings when we were attempting to get answers?
So through the chair, we do have recommendations in terms of improving the reporting to City Council in terms of the transparency of the information for decision-making.
But I'm asking, once you viewed that, did you think that was up to a standard, or obviously you believe there's a standard, the standard needs to be raised if you're asking those kinds of questions about a transaction?
There needed to be more fulsome information provided.
Correct information or more fulsome information?
Fulsome, correct information.
Fulsome and correct information. And I'm wondering, I don't know if Mr. Batty was able to watch any of those YouTubes or not in association with this. They're very exciting. I would definitely think you should watch.
As a matter of practice, I watch City Council, so I may well have seen.
You may well have watched the executive around this particular file to see that there was a kind of disparaging of asking questions, and you didn't see that.
I don't specifically recall, but it's not within my mandate to comment on those matters.
Counselor to counselor matters, you are.
If I receive a complaint, but my role is to look at matters once I have received a complaint. So unlike the other integrity accountability officers, I don't have an independent mandate to investigate things or comment on things on my own motion.
Or when this has been brought to your attention by another accountability officer, that's not the deep dive, that you wouldn't need to do that, in your opinion?
I think as the Auditor General has explained, other accountability officers may refer issues in her office to other accountability officers. We do have a memorandum of understanding, and that's a public document. And as has been previously explained, we're all under a duty of confidentiality, and that duty is specifically contained within the City of Toronto Act to keep matters confidential.
So just back to that, back to your answer, which is that in those there was, should be more fulsome answers, and it should be correct. The answers, so there were incorrect answers that were given. Is that the inference? Not to the Integrity Commissioner, to you, Madam Auditor General. Answers. Which one would you say?
Through the chair, I don't have specific recollection. We did view the videos, but I don't have specific recollection, so I'd have to go back and revisit them.
Okay, why don't you do that before council so we can ask directly? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Members wishing to speak? Okay.
Gone.
Councillor Fletcher.
Thank the Auditor General for putting this on her work plan. I do have a motion, sorry. I do. Thank you very much, Mr. Green. You were nodding to get me to put those up there. A clear procurement project covering docket be developed, checklist and log of required contents. A clear sign-off sheet be developed as part of procurement project record and approval process, which identifies key participants such as project sponsor, owner, client program areas, internal staff, consultants, and the procurement and partnership office staff as applicable. And the City Council requests our city manager to ensure key procurement project participants sign the approval report, which is provided to committee and council. Sorry, I can't seem to read. But those are the three motions I'm placing here out of this report. Oh, I had a third one. Pardon me?
We can pause your time and have a look.
Somebody else wants to speak while
I can certainly speak. I'll just check. Any members wanting to speak? Speak. We're done questions, Councillor.
let him ask it.
Okay, so I'll ask if we're able to present my motions on the screen while the clerk's just helping Councillor Fletcher. All right, so I'll speak for a moment, or are we ready to go back? I got some motions, correct. Okay, there's a misunderstanding. Do you want to continue your time? Sure. All right.
Sorry for that mix-up. I asked to see the score sheets because this is a very, I call disappointing, shocking report. Not so shocking to me and other councillors that lived through that and noticed that it was very shocking and that it was a sole source and there was a lot going on. And when you read the report from the AG, you realize there was a heck of a lot going on. There is a YouTube where somebody who didn't make the 100 points, he was disqualified because he didn't realize that the weighting. And Canadian companies, somebody who knew what they were doing, he indicated there were many more companies out there that could do that. So it really is probably one of the lowest points that I've been at City Council as far as a procurement's concerned, because procurement is the very, very difficult thing and must be always done above board. So a score sheet that has 100 points with no weighting is actually a shocking score sheet. And whoever had that through their hands, I consider that they were responsible for that. To have a report that names a deputy city manager, the CFO, and the chief technology officer as being involved in this murky process that didn't deliver what it was supposed to, that actually did cost people extra dollars. And I'll just refer everybody to the YouTube video where Councillor Carroll spent 7 minutes trying to get that one little straight answer from staff, that it would actually cost you a transaction fee as a user on PayIt. 7 minutes. And was quite disparaged because she was considered that she was being mean to person she was asking that question to. The score sheets for me are critical. This was 1.5 years between December 18 and July 2020 where there was a recommendation to go with this sole source. Now, I think probably people thought the world will always be digital. We're in pandemic. Everything's going to be digital. We have to move very quickly. But the fact is, it didn't have to be digital. I worry that some of that pressure was in order to stop using the counter service at the city. There's this notion that nobody's going to do anything in public anymore, that no one should have the right to go somewhere and actually physically talk to somebody and turn something in and deal with their account. That was also something that we heard during the PayIt debate. So that digital divide, which we thought was not a divide during pandemic, is definitely a divide. We have to keep all services open to many different types of paying. There was a lot of lobbying that went on, and I do see the lobbyist registry. I would ask the lobbyist registrar, it would be very helpful when you're looking those things up to actually have them run by date, or be able to run them yourself by date, to use the data in a format that's a little more helpful. This proof of concept notion that staff were working directly with PayIt in order for a proof of concept, I'm not sure that's in the lobbyist document, and I think it should be. If you're working directly, where did you get the authority to do a proof of concept? Was that through the strategic partnership, but then it got taken away from the strategic partnerships office, or there would have been a clearer process for that. Very clearly, there were many firms that could have been part of the Swiss challenge. It was only one who made it, and besides PayIt, the one didn't make it because of the weighting that was given to the score sheet. And I've been involved in RFPs before in agencies and corporations. Not to have weighting, it's kind of like a cardinal, one of the 7 sins of procurement. So I'm kind of shocked at how it might appear to me to be a little casual. I don't think it's a casual thing at all. I do want to say I thank the city manager for stepping in. We don't always have the city manager here to speak about an audit report and basically say he's taken this bull by the horns. He's going to be doing a number of things around this, that it wouldn't happen again, and that it is a little embarrassing to find that your top officers were involved in this kind of procurement process. Not since the MFP inquiry have we had this kind of level of who's been involved in this kind of, I'll use the word sketchy procurement process that actually at the end of the day didn't work out that well. Thank you.
Thank you. The clerk advised me that we should just have your motions put up on the screen if you would just mind.
They're your motions.
No, you had 2 motions?
Oh, did I? Oh, thank you.
The clerk would like to put them on the screen and confirm that you're presenting them, just,
Yes,
okay.
correct. Correct.
Clerk, you're satisfied?
Saying
Perfect.
bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Question.
Question of the mover?
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Crisanti.
Put them back up, please. Thank you. Just a second, Councillor, while they go back up.
No
Thank you.
problem, no. So thank you, Councillor. Good motion, and you're absolutely right, and you nailed it when you said, it's very concerning. I'm not able at this point to ask legal any questions. I'm wondering if you had an opportunity to check with legal in terms of any implications. Did they have an option to renew, or like what does this mean? And they got to come up with a transition plan, and expires on June the 2nd. And I don't know how many, I was going to ask that question as well, how many hundreds or thousands of people are actually on the system? 400?
No.
Okay. but, well, whatever number it is, how do we get them we don't want to lose revenue here.
You can't ask that question. I have now asked it and heard from the DCM that they can do an orderly transition. I don't think there's hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people on that platform, Councillor.
Will this cost us money in terms of, no, okay, I just got my answer.
Just watch behind me, you're getting
No, he just nodded. We're good. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Cassanti. Anyone else wishing to speak? If not, I'll speak. May I ask the clerk to put my motions on the screen? I have 3. A lot of words, but I'll paraphrase them. They're fairly straightforward. The first is to have the Chief Procurement Officer develop a project covering docket, which includes a checklist and a log of the required contents for non-competitive, unsolicited proposals and negotiated RFPs. The second one is to develop a clear sign-off sheet as part of the procurement project record, an approval process, which identifies a number of people for, again, those type of procurements. And the last is that council requests the city manager to ensure that when he is reporting on procurement projects, that it is required that the city council, that requires city council authority that the appropriate signatures are placed on the document so that we can see them. And I'll thank the Auditor General. There's a lot of content in this report. There's 2 major pieces, of course. The first is the discussion around the procurement process and the shortcomings with that. And then the second piece is a look at the actual product itself. And the one part of that that stands out to me, and there's a bit of a comment around it in the report, is the cost on it. And I think that is a really important learning from today, and something that council should consider. And just back to my motions, in the previous audit discussion, I circled all around this very simple worksheet, the daily activity log. And I guess you can call me old-fashioned, but sometimes just collecting signatures, and I guess in this day and age you do it on PDF, but you actually sign things. I know I still sign things in the office in administration, and that it has a meaningful and a very powerful part to it when you put your name on something. And if your name isn't on something, that also has meaning as well. Long ago, before being elected to council, I worked somewhere else in a large organization, and there was a tongue-in-cheek name about following the yellow brick road to get a procurement authorized. And there was a sheet of paper, and it had all of the many stops along the way, and you couldn't skip a step as you went to go get your approval. And each of them had a signature box. And so they don't seem fancy or cutting edge, but things like checklists are important. And I'm sure we don't not do these things, but I wanted to enshrine it in a motion because the lack of documentation is something that resonates with me as reading this report that is concerning. And I think as a centerpiece, we can't answer all the questions because the documents aren't there. But hopefully if we can do this, or at least council puts attention to this, it shows that these small details are important, and people will be in the habit of keeping them. So with that, I'll take any questions, but other than that, I'll thank everybody for their work on a very important piece. Okay, on the first set of amendments, Mr. Clerk. On Councillor Fletcher's amendment, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. On my amendments, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And on the item as amended, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Thank you, everyone. We'll just take a moment to make arrangements for the next item, which is Toronto Community Housing. Yes, I should clarify. We need a few minutes to get the hydro staff available, and so they asked if there could be a reordering of the paper. Does anyone object to that? We need about 15 minutes for them. So Councillor Fletcher, are you? Yeah, we'll just give it a second for everyone. I know it just takes a moment. For those that are watching online, we're just moving folks around in the room here to get everyone in position to move on to the next item. Attention, folks, I think we're ready to go. We've got a changeover of the room and a few movements of people. At this moment, we are in public session, as a reminder. We, on my suggestion, have slightly reordered the order paper just to make sure that we've got everyone in the room at the right time. And we are on AU 6.4, which is the Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Community Housing and Toronto Seniors Housing Corporations. Phase 1, overall network security and cybersecurity assessment of select critical systems. Councillor Fletcher, you held the item for questions.
Thank you. And I hate having people behind me. Mr. Baird, you just got here, so I don't know if you know all the answers to this, but this is the Auditor General's report. And I don't know where the AG is, but when did you start that report? At what point did you start it? When was TCHC advised?
Sorry, Syed, can you answer that?
Yeah. So, through you, the chair, Mr. Chair, we started in April 2024.
Oh, so it's just a few months?
Yes, yes.
And did you look at other reports that had been provided previously or other, I'll call them in, is this the only external or AG investigation that you're aware of, or any other external reviews that were done of cybersecurity for this corporation?
Yes, yeah, there were certain reviews performed, like, for example, the CISO has their self-assessment program. So that was performed and we did look at that. And there was some one other pen testing, like a high-level pen testing that was done. So we did look at that as well. So there were some audits that were already done, and then we performed our review. But our review was more in-depth.
So I'm just getting clear. CISO did a review. When was that? Who's going to tell me?
Here.
Yep.
January?
Manish Agnihotri, the review was done last year, and it's a confirmation program of 13 cybersecurity controls.
And what were the dates?
Dates were as of January 2023 and ongoing.
So it's completed or it's ongoing?
It's ongoing because there's remediation involved in some of the controls.
So that was one. I think you mentioned another one.
Yes, yeah, that was done in 2023 as well.
Which one was that?
That was from an external professional services.
And who was that?
I don't think that can be answered.
Auditor, can you comment if that is an in-public or private question? Sorry, in closed session question.
So through you, Chair, I think it would be in camera.
The name of the vendor?
I
Okay.
think so.
Information that's available at Toronto Community Housing, or it's available where?
I think that is not in the audit. That is not in the audit report.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm looking at background here. I'm
It's
interested
not
in the
public-
background.
yeah, it's not
CISO,
public
external
information.
professional services. I guess I could ask the CEO, is that something that's logged or is in a public document somewhere at Toronto Community Housing?
So through the chair, I don't have that right in front of me, but I'm trying to get it for you quickly.
And we can't say that name here because it's not our report, or what's the reason?
Through the Chair, I'm just not sure if that's publicly available information. So I'm just trying to be careful.
So we'd have to go in camera to find that out. All right, so when was that one done? 2023?
Through you, as chair, yes, 2023.
And then we have this one that started in April 2024 and went now, we're getting it in October 2024. So now it's a question over to TCHC. There had been a number of different internal reviews of cybersecurity at Toronto Community Housing, I believe. Could you let us know when those were, please? If you happen to have that info.
Through the chair, I don't have the exact names because I joined also recently. I'm the Director of Information Security, but we are doing some, as we speak, KPMG one of the vendors, is performing an in-depth, basically, threat risk assessment and a cyber maturity assessment for us.
But there have been other internal operations that had taken place to comment on the kind of cyber readiness of this corporation. I know that other ones I'm on, agencies have that, reviewing. But I don't know if the CISO has to review. Once that's been undertaken, does the CISO then look at that data to make sure it's correct? But I'm looking for I think it was 21 or 22, a number of these have been done.
So through the chair, I don't have the specific dates, but I can tell you that there has been a long-standing body of work looking at the cybersecurity profile of the organization and the various pieces of work that needs to be done to address that, and that there has also been a long-standing cooperation with the CISO office here at the City of Toronto. So I'm confident that that work is happening, but I don't have the specific dates of when the original assessments were undertaken.
So would we hear back from the CISO then to the city, or during this has nothing to do with that? So we don't really have a bigger picture view of the challenges, vulnerabilities, or great work that's been going on around this at Toronto Community Housing as a corporation.
Through the chair, my understanding is that this audit was relatively specific at the items that were looked at. Within Toronto Community Housing, though, we do have a more robust understanding of the overall cybersecurity profile, which I have already committed to bring back more fully to the Board of Directors at Toronto Community Housing. And that work to lay out a current state update to that assessment is underway right now.
So I guess I'm just, without going in private, because I could ask to go in, and the recommendation number 1, A, B, C, and D, is there some reason why those all seem extremely logical to me, particularly B? Is there some reason why that wasn't done internally already?
So if we go into any recommendations, we've got to go into closed session.
If we're going to look at them at all?
We're going to discuss them.
I'm just
We have to go
asking,
into closed session.
discuss them in that way?
Any detail of them.
Any detail, including if they'd logically be done already? That's my only question.
Well, it's just a very sensitive area.
Well, then we'll have to go in, because I'm going to have to hear if that's something you expect anywhere. That's fine, we'll go on camera.
I'm satisfied to go in. I just want to use
Let's
caution
do
on
it,
it.
let's go there.
Okay. Are there any other public questions
Maybe we have to go in with hydro too.
separately?
So we'll go in all together.
Correct.
Thank you.
Is there any other public questions
At
on
the
this one
end.
before we go into closed session? Councillor Fleet, did you get all the public stuff you wanted to ask?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues? So just give the clerks just a quick moment. We're going to go into closed session on both items to be efficient. We could have them, but if there's any. Yeah, if we can manage one closed session, let's get it done. Okay, and then we can come back out. If everyone's okay with reordering the sequence so that we could ask public questions at the end so that we can be efficient with the room, that'd be great. So members, we're just gonna do what we need to do to get the motions ready and to secure the room. And we're also making an adjustment to the personnel that are inside the room right now, as they're two distinct items. Mr. Clerk, do I need to read the motion? I think I do. Yeah, no, we're not. So I'm going to read it, that the Audit Committee recess its public meeting and meet in closed session to consider the following. AU 6.3 Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Hydro, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. Reason for confidentiality involves the security, of the property of the City of Toronto and its agencies and corporations, and AU 6.4 Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Community Housing and Toronto Seniors Housing Corporation's Phase 1 Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. Reason for confidentiality involves the security of the property of the City of Toronto and its agencies and corporations. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Because I don't see a confidential report on the hydro item.
Correct. There is
Am
no
I wrong?
confidential report.
There isn't one. So I'm sorry, I can't tell if you're saying there is or isn't one. There's no so I don't understand. I need to ask questions on the confidential report, but there isn't one. So I'd have to ask why we're going in camera for something that doesn't have a confidential report. Why?
Because that's the procedure.
Here's the speaker weighing in. For hydro? It's not attached. Where is it? No, it doesn't. I don't see a confidential document. Only Frances, she gets all the secret documents. Not in CMP. Okay, turn my mic off. Okay, I just don't want us to go and do something wrong, if you know what I mean. You do.
So confirming Tom Hunter and Linda Barrett are online from TCHC. And clerk advises that's it. Okay, so we're ready to go. Let's go back to the TCHC item. AU 6.4. And I'm just confirming, is there anyone in this room that is not associated with this particular item?
Is there a place I can go?
Nice try. Okay, Mr. Clerk, we are in closed session. Okay. Councillor Fletcher, please ask your questions.
Right here?
Welcome back to the 6th meeting of the Audit Committee. The closed session has now completed, and we are now resumed in open session. We are on item that we had reordered, AU 6.4, Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Community Housing and Toronto Seniors Housing Corporations. Phase 1, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. We completed the open session questions, and we have also completed the closed session, so we are now in speakers to the item. Any members wishing to speak? Seeing none. Councillor Crisanti, did you want to move the item? Councillor Crisanti moves the item, the recommendations. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that is carried. We'll now go to our last and final item, AU 6.3, Cybersecurity Audit of Toronto Hydro, Overall Network Security and Cybersecurity Assessment of Select Critical Systems. The closed session on that item is complete. Are there any public questions of staff? There are none. Any members wishing to speak? Seeing none, would someone like to move the recommendations? Overall network security and cybersecurity. Somebody wish to move the item? Yes, so the motion, the clerk is clarifying, is to forward this. Excuse me? The City Council received the item. Yes. Okay. The suggested disposition is the City Council received the report from the Auditor General. So Councillor Nunziata moves that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. Mr. Clerk, are there any other pieces that need to be done? Councillor Crisanti moves to adjourn. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.